kind of hit me hard, that, wow, there's so many people that are against this war. What is going on here? We got this huge group of people who are burning their draft cards, burning the flag, and it just really upset me. So we left Da Nang on a Marine Corps C-130, came in and landed in Saigon. As we landed in Saigon, the pilot came back. He says, we're lucky to be here. And I said, why is that? He says, when we were leaving Da Nang, we took a bunch of rounds. When I got saved, I didn't know what it was all about. I didn't know about this stuff about surrendering everything. I just knew that I wasn't saved and I needed a Savior, and Jesus was the Savior. I'm not here to say that I've got it all figured out, but my excuses have no relevance to who God is.
Phil Bivins.
Yes, sir.
Thanks for coming out, man. Appreciate you making the time, man.
Thank you. Grateful to be here.
Let me go ahead and give you a bio. I've pared it down. You've done a lot, so I've pared it down to just kind of the wave tops of the wave tops.
Right,
and,
right.
And we'll just dig into it as we go.
Keep it on a nautical theme there. There you go.
Okay, so Phil Bivins, you are a 3-time U.S. Navy veteran, initially serving as an enlisted sailor during Vietnam before being discharged in 1973. In 1978, you re-enlisted into the Navy and went to Hospital Corpsman School in Great Lakes, Illinois, where you graduated with honors, 8th in a class of about 70, and you were also class adjutant.
That's right.
During that enlistment, you were part of the medical team on board the USS Nimitz during Operation Eagle Claw, and later became both a shellback and a blue-nosed sailor aboard the Nimitz before being discharged in 1980. After leaving the Navy the second time, you attended college and became a registered nurse, working in the neurosurgical ICU until 1990.
Yes, sir.
In 1990, you had the opportunity to go back into the Navy during Desert Storm as a warrant officer under a special program, and you remained there until being medically discharged in 1995 due to a spinal injury that resulted in an 8-level spinal fusion. Wow.
Yes, sir.
After leaving the Navy the final time, you went to work as an RN, which you continue to do today as needed.
Right.
You've been a registered nurse for the past 40 years, and most importantly, you have been a Christian since 1978.
Yes, sir. That's correct.
That feel good?
That's. I guess I did it right.
You did, man. You did. Like I said, wave tops of wave tops.
That's right. That's right.
Man, just in general, genuinely, I'm grateful for you being here. Yeah. And we talked a little offline about, kind of what it is that drives me to choose certain people.
Yeah.
And the answer is always, I do my best to let the Holy Spirit lead me.
Yeah.
But once I found out just a little bit of your background, I got so excited. I've got so much respect for your generation. It's hard to express. So yeah. I've been very excited to sit down with you.
Thank you.
And just kind of going through your story a little bit, the bio that you sent over, and kind of just seeing a little bit of who you are, kind of day to day throughout the weeks. I feel like you've been through a lot, and this is an assumption. So forgive me if I'm off base here, but I also. I get the sense that you're somebody who wants to be understood.
Yeah.
And that's kind of a general statement because everybody kind of wants to be understood.
Yeah.
But I guess what I mean is your story is pretty nonlinear.
Mm-hmm.
And that can, in my opinion, that a lot of times creates a little bit of a disconnect because your frames of reference are different. You know, the way you think are coming from different experiences. It's just different.
Yeah.
And like we were talking about offline, we live in a soundbite culture. Nobody can be bothered to pay attention to anything that's not immediately entertaining and gratifying.
Yeah.
So I just feel like people these days, a lot of times, just don't take the time to just listen and understand, you know, if they're not getting something out of it, if it's not entertaining, you know, whatever it is.
Yeah.
So those non-linear histories, they're falling away, and it's a shame. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So anyway, all that's to say, whether or not I'm right about that assumption, my hope is that at the end of this thing, everyone has a very good understanding of who Phil Bivins is and how
I'm
God
still
has
trying to
shaped
figure
you.
that one out.
Well, it's good. But we'll go on this journey together.
All righty. All right.
So before we get into all that, you know, we always do a whole life story. We go all the way back to childhood. But in order to kind of, like I said, get a good understanding of who you are and how God has shaped you into who you are, obviously we're going to have to dig into some of the hard stuff.
Sure.
And so let's just start it off before we back up with it's not an intentionally, like, it's not a gotcha question. It's not intentionally difficult, but let's just dig in.
Okay.
We all have a lowest point. Who are you at your lowest point?
Oh, wow. That is, who am I at my lowest point? I suppose I'm like a lot of people, trying to find out why I'm at that low point. You know, what's going on in my life that got me there, you know, I guess. Or why am I feeling like that? And I don't know. I guess that's one of those things that I just have to ask the Lord about and pray about. Holy Spirit, why am I going through this? What is this all about? And the thing that I'm grateful for is that I do have somebody I can go to ask those hard questions. And sometimes you need to go to a pastor, you know, and I've done that numerous times as well. So I'm on this journey trying to figure that out, you know, and the Lord knows why. And that's about it, Dan, on that. Yeah.
All right, man. So let's go all the way back.
Yeah.
Go take us back to childhood, man. Where does it start?
Okay. Well, I'm the oldest of three siblings. My dad was career Air Force. I was born in Louisiana, Barksdale Air Force Base in Shreveport, Louisiana. My dad was born and raised here in North Carolina. He enlisted in the Army prior to the outbreak of World War II. My mom was from Texas, and they got married in Texarkana, Arkansas, I believe is where that was. So my sister she's married and lives in California, in Palm Springs, California. She has a family. I come from a very eclectic family, I guess, so to speak. She is and has been for the vast majority of her life a Jehovah's Witness. And all of her kids were raised in that type of culture. My brother, who's the youngest, he and his wife live in Dallas, and they spend their time partly in Dallas and partly in Nashville, Tennessee. And he's married to a very, very cool Jewish gal, you know, daughter of Abraham, you know. So she's not I wouldn't say she's a practicing Jew, but nevertheless, you know, I'm grateful to have her in the family, you know. So, yeah. So being a kid in the Air Force, you know, we traveled around quite a bit. So Dad was in SAC, which no longer exists. It was called Strategic Air Command. They were one of the triads of the Cold War era. He did time and during the Korean War, he was like I said, he was a World War II vet. He spent time in France and Luxembourg and Belgium and all those places over there. He was sent over there, I don't know, around 43. No, around 44, I guess, right after the invasion. And was with Patton, I believe he was with Patton. I wish I would have spent more time talking to Dad about it. He didn't volunteer a whole lot of information about World War II. So every now and again, we would watch a war movie, and he would say, those German 88s, man, they tore us up, those German 88s. He would always mention that, they were, but anyway, so we were stationed at Little Rock Air Force Base later on. This is back in the early 50s. And it was a brand new Air Force Base. It was when General LeMay was in charge of SAC. He was a World War II vet, LeMay was, but he was, I think he was a 4-star general then. And we were stationed on a SAC base, and where they had B-47s. B-47s were relatively brand new, and they were getting ready to come out with the B-52s. So that's what Dad's job. He was an enlisted guy. He was an E7 at the time, and working in that particular part of the Air Force, and apparently did very well. It was an interesting time living back because the Cold War was going on. We would be woken up around 3 o'clock in the morning, and this guy would be coming through base housing saying, "This is a base alert. This is a base alert. All personnel report to their duty stations," over a PA system, and would just drive through base housing saying that, all these guys would get up and head to their quarters. It was like an alert, as if we were being attacked kind of a thing. And I remember that time of my life. It was an interesting time. We had to answer the phone when we got a call. We had to answer the phone a certain way. I was, 5, 6 years old during all this time. But yeah, it was a brand new base. We were the first to move in the base housing, had a brand new place, brand new schools. Everything was spick and span during that time, so it was pretty cool to be a part of all that. So I was in the 1st and 2nd grade during that time. It was an interesting time in the 50s going, walking to school. I used to walk, when I was in 1st grade, I used to walk to school, which was about, half a mile, 3/4 of a mile away. And then when we moved on base, we were able to, they had buses for us and everything, which was really nice. After Little Rock Air Force Base, Dad got orders for Germany. And this is probably around 1960. I was 9 years old. My sister was about 6 or 7, and my brother was about 4 or 5, I believe. And we were stationed at Rhine-Main Air Force Base. And Dad worked with C-130s at that time, so he had transitioned out of SAC and went into a different department of the Air Force. And while in Germany, it was a really cool place. I enjoyed Germany. It rained a lot, but during the winter it snowed, and that was really cool. Be a kid in the snow in Germany, but it was nice. We did some traveling while we were in Germany. Like I said, Dad was stationed in France quite a bit during World War II, and in those surrounding countries. And we took a trip through all the areas that he was stationed at during World War II. We went through Luxembourg and Belgium, and we finally went to France. We drove to France, and we went to the same little town that Dad was stationed at in France during World War II. And he actually had a girlfriend, and he was able to track her down and her family. And we met her and her husband and kids, which was really, really, really cool, man, to be able to be a part of that experience, Dad's World War II experience, that was about a 2-week journey. He traveled through Switzerland, which is beautiful. It was absolutely gorgeous. And then we came back to Rhine-Main. We stayed in Rhine-Main for about 2 years. And then Dad got orders for Turkey. And we were stationed at Incirlik Air Force Base in Adana, Turkey. And we actually drove from Germany down through Italy. We caught a ferry from Brindisi, Italy, all the way to the bottom portion of Greece, and drove up through Greece, across Istanbul from the European side of Istanbul. We drove over into the Asian part of Istanbul, into Turkey, drove down and into Adana. Adana, I believe, if I remember my geography, it's in the southeastern part of Turkey. And we were stationed there for about a year and a half. And I don't know exactly what Dad's job was, but it was kind of a slap together, very quickly squadron. And from what I've been able to determine, we were over there during the Cuban Missile Crisis. And for those who are old enough to remember that, which was we were on the brink of World War III, and Dad's squadron, from what I've been able to determine, was either photography or listening. These C-130s were equipped for either photography or for listening to different areas. They would get up as close as they could to the Russian border and start doing whatever they were doing. Dad never told me. He says, maybe one of these days before I die, I'll be able to tell you that. But he took it to the grave with him, like a good soldier. But yeah, so we were there during that time in Turkey. I went through the 6th grade there. It was a very Spartan Air Force base. No paved roads. I think they had like a 4-lane bowling alley, and they had a swimming pool. And they had a movie theater. Like I said, they were all gravel roads. The houses that we stayed in didn't own up to what the Air Force was generally known for. The Air Force got the newest of everything. But these houses were basically slapped together. And no air conditioning, though my parents had a window air conditioning unit, but that was the only room in the house that was air conditioned. And we slept on GI bunk beds, kind of a thing. So it was, we went to school in a Quonset hut.
How big was your class?
My 6th grade class, we probably had 20 or 30 people.
Oh, wow.
My 6th grade, yeah. Most of the planes that were there at Incirlik during that time, I believe, were the majority. I didn't see any fighters per se that I recall, but, a lot of C-130s coming from my dad's old squadron to the new squadron in Turkey. So there was some kind of connection between his old squadron in Germany and the one that he was at. And he was first sergeant. He made first sergeant. But it was... I think this is probably an important part. While we were in Germany, Dad, of course, got to Germany before the family did, and was able to locate a place for us to live. And we lived on the economy before we actually moved on base. He found a nice place. It was owned by an old German landlady who had this huge house that was converted into different apartments. And she rented out strictly to military families. She had lived in that particular town all of her life. She was there during the Nazi occupation and everything. She was an anti-Nazi during World War II. And she was very grateful to have the American families living in her place. Very nice lady. When the school bus would drop us off at home, she would be at the window of her house, with some candy or some kind of bread and jelly for us, some kind of German bread. Always greeted us, she was always there. So she's a very kind lady. But during this time, Dad, he was not, a daily boozer. He was a binge drinker. But when he drank, he got into trouble. And this went on, this had originated when he was in high school, latter part of high school. Dad was very popular I apologize for regressing here, but just a little bit about my dad. He was a quarterback on the football team there in Hillsborough, North Carolina, right outside of Durham. He was one of the class editors for the newspaper. Uh, uh, his father built the home that they were in, and it's still there. I was just there a few years ago, and it's still there in all its glory and majesty. It's a beautiful place. But his dad built that home. But Dad was a very popular guy. But he tells this story. I remember this story he tells us about. He took this girl out on a date and had some, and I've never tried this, but it was something that he called tomato wine that he drank to kind of loosen up a little bit, I guess, because he had never been on a date before. But he said by the time the end of that evening, he had embarrassed his girlfriend, his date, and he had driven the car in a ditch, and his dad had to come and get him. Dad later on, he thought that would end his drinking escapade, but he was actually later on expelled from NC State as a result of his drinking. So he decided to go in the military, like I said before, the outbreak of World War II, and was transferred to Panama after going to boot camp here at Fort Bragg, actually, and went down to Panama, was there until the invasion, and then was subsequently sent to France and Belgium and Luxembourg and that type of thing. Dad is a great guy, but while he was in Germany, due to his alcoholism, he and my mom would get into these pretty bad arguments. He never hit us. He never abused us anyway, but it was a big deal between him and my mom. There was a lot of these arguments going back and forth. And she could always tell in an instant when he had been drinking, because he would just come home and take his hat off and say, "Greetings, everybody," like it was like it was a cheerful time. But Mom, she freaked out when that happened. But Dad, he got into that German beer, and it just really took a hold of him. And he was, like I said, the first sergeant of his squadron then. And so his CO called him in. So to have a little chat with him. And Mom and my brother and sister were out in the car waiting as he was being counseled by his CO. And he had been in there for a good 45 minutes. And Mom says, "Phil, go in there and find out what's going on." So I went in there and knocked on the door. And my dad was in there with his CO. And basically his CO had said, "You do this one more time and you're out. Your career's over. Your family's going to suffer. You'll be sent back to the States. You won't get any retirement or anything like that." And Dad says, "Well, this is the last time. I will not do it again. I'm done with this. I see the error of my ways, and I'm just going to get my act together." And a couple of weeks later, he went out and did it again over a weekend. This time, he had made some contacts with a few people in Alcoholics Anonymous. This one particular guy, who was in charge of all the PXs. He was a civilian, but he was in charge of all the PXs in Europe, this civilian job, who was in AA, had befriended my dad, came over to the house while Dad was just in he was recovering. He was in a serious, hangover. And he knew if he had to go into work, on Monday, that and they found out about what his condition was, he would be out. But Mr. Powell came over, talked to Dad, and got him squared away, got him going to meetings. And fortunately for him and for our family, he made a turn in his life. He just turned his life over. And just knew that the only person that was going to be able to get him out of this alcoholism was the Lord, was God. And so, with the help of his friends, he was able to get sober and remain that way. See, we're talking 1961 until 2001. He was sober for almost 40 years. And while his time in Alcoholics Anonymous and during our travels throughout Turkey, he actually set up AA meetings while we were there, and got some AA groups going. He ran into alcoholics, who were in the military, and started planning these Alcoholics Anonymous meetings, for these guys. And there was not one at Incirlik, and he established one there and got it going. And so that was a pretty amazing time. And he remained sober, like I said, for 40 years.
Did he lean into his faith, become a pretty strong Christian and everything? Or?
Well, Dad, he grew up in the Methodist Church. He would tell you to this day that if it weren't for the Lord, he wouldn't have been sober. He would have lost everything, So I'm convinced. We went to church as kids. He made sure of that, and so yeah, it was. He wasn't a strong Christian, I guess, so to speak. Where he just but I know he prayed, and I know he owed his sobriety to the Lord. I know that he told me that. So I believe that.
Yeah. Well, I guess it's relative then, the term strong Christian, because it's different for everybody. It's kind of like, when you go to church and the worship music's playing and some folks are hooting and hollering and making a big, doing a whole pageant.
Yeah.
And some folks are just soaking it in.
Yeah.
Those folks who are soaking it in the assumption for whatever reason is usually, oh, they're just too cool for school. Like, no, maybe they're just processing it differently.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure.
They could absolutely be in the moment just as much as the folks doing whatever they're doing. That's just not how they just internalize it.
That's right. That's right.
In order to freely admit that your sobriety is due to Jesus, that's pretty strong. I mean, that's giving your life over if you really think about it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. We met some really good friends in Germany that were in Alcoholics Anonymous. A lot of good people. It was a good time for me. I don't know how. I've often wondered about this. Did Dad's alcoholism affect us as me personally? Did it affect us as a family? And I don't know the answer to that. I'm sure, if you were to put me on a couch and had Sigmund Freud, analyzing me, I'm sure that he could probably dig some stuff out, but I don't know. I don't worry about it that much. I'm not, I am what I am, and whether Dad's alcoholism had anything to do with that or not, I don't know, and I don't spend a whole lot of time thinking about it.
That's probably healthy.
Yeah. But one, Turkey was an amazing place. The Turks that we were associated with were good people, man. I mean, they were just really friendly to us. Like I said, we lived on base, and we had a Turkish gardener. To this day, I don't know what we grew on that plot of land because it was just rock and dirt, pretty much, but he was such a good guy. He was a great guy, our gardener. He didn't speak much English. But it was, our house was right on the baseline of the Turkish, economy and the Air Force Base. And all it was just a roll of barbed wire. That was it. That's what separated us, So anybody could, if they wanted to, could come on base, if they wanted to. It wasn't a big security, thing back then. They did have one Turkish guard who was posted in just a little outhouse looking thing. I'll never forget this guy. And he was, not too far from from where we lived on base housing. And I remember this guy. They grew wild watermelons out in this field, where he was posted right next to our house. And this guy went out, he left his little house and went out there and cut off and was eating one of these watermelons. And then I saw a little Jeep pull up. And it was an officer, a Turkish officer, had seen this guy, this enlisted guard. And this Turkish officer began to beat this guy. He had a swaga stick, I guess is what they called him, because he had left. He was eating this watermelon. And for some reason, I've never forgotten that, because I had never seen anything like that happen before. And it just, that's been back in the early 60s. And for some reason, it still sticks with me to this day, because it was such a traumatic thing to see this guy taking these blows and just stood there taking it, But the good thing there was a lot of good things about it. We made some great friends, because everybody was living in a Spartan place anyways. But so we all kind of suffered. We played, it had a little league there, which is cool. I joined that. I was really big in the Little League as a kid growing up. I loved Little League, loved baseball. Wasn't much of a football player, but I loved baseball. But while we were in Turkey, that guy that helped my dad get sober, who was the civilian guy who ran the PXs in Europe, he and his wife actually drove from Germany in their little Volkswagen and came down to where we were stationed in Adana, Turkey. That was a long way for those guys to go. And there was another family on base, and these three families, it was my family, my two brothers, and my mom, my dad. We took our station wagon. There was another family on base, Air Force family, who had a daughter. And then it was Howard and Ethel, the couple from Germany. We all took a trip down to the Holy Lands. We drove down through the Holy Lands. And it was, I can't tell you, that trip was a trip of a lifetime. It was just one of those things you had to experience. I won't be able to put it in words what it meant. I was 10 or 11 years old. I still remember bits and pieces of it. But we traveled down through Lebanon and Syria and went to Damascus, stayed in a nice hotel in Damascus. They even had a television. It was a pretty nice hotel, actually, to be honest with you. It was in Beirut, Lebanon, before all this stuff started happening in Lebanon. Beirut, when we were there, was absolutely gorgeous. It was comparable to any European city at the time. It was beautiful. And Dad was able to find this guy who was a diamond dealer and jewels and stuff like that. And he was able to buy my mom a couple of rings, bought her a nice diamond ring and a couple of other things while we were there. So we were in Beirut for a couple of days, which is beautiful. And then went into Jordan. And back during this time, the Jordanians, they ran the city of Jerusalem. You could go into Israel, but the Jordanians wouldn't let you back into the country. We stayed in a brand new YMCA that wasn't even totally completed, but they made accommodations for us, and we were allowed to stay there. And we did all the typical. We had a tour guide that knew more about the Bible than most Christians, let's put it that way, and he was a Muslim. But he gave us a tour of a lifetime and then some. We did a lot of stuff that the typical tourist would do, and then we did some stuff that most people never saw.
Like what?
Yeah. Well, we went to the Mount of Olives after everybody had left. Dad was able to get us in there, and some of those trees are still bearing fruit after thousands of years. And they say that some of those trees were actually there when Jesus was there, So I'll never forget this. So Dad thought he was going to be able to clip, a little twig or two off of one of those trees. And I tell you, he got up there and, he's getting, used to a fingernail clip, I guess, to clip off a little bit. And this gardener appeared as if he were, an angel. Nobody saw him, and then as soon as Dad was this guy was right there on the spot. What? No, you can't do that. You can't do it. And Dad had to pay him a few bucks or something, but he was able to get a couple of twigs, and I think I've got a couple pieces of those twigs still left that Dad had captured. So we were able to do that, and we went to the place where they said that King David was buried. This was like 1962. Who knows what they've uncovered now, after 60 years. A lot more. We went to the place where they believed that Mary's home was. We went to some churches where the Crusaders were, which was really cool because you could see in the church walls where some of these guys had carved a Crusader's cross in the wall, in the church wall. You could see hundreds of these where these guys had put their mark on this church just to let people know, yeah, I was here during the Crusades, which was really awesome. We went also to the place where people believe where Jesus ascended into heaven. And they always have these churches built over it, all over all these places. We went to the place where we had to wait in line was in Bethlehem, where Jesus was born. And you kind of stoop down, go into this little place. You got to kind of kneel down to go in, and there's this big, huge silver star that surrounds this little place where you can put your hand in and feel the bedrock. Where people say that Jesus, and most of the religions believe that's where he was born, in this particular place. And it's so smooth because of the millions of people had touched this. You were just able to touch it, and you had, you left. But the place that really got me was the Garden Tomb. Now, they got two places where different religions believe. They got this one church that people believe that Jesus was buried, and they got this huge church, they have this huge church built over it. And then the one that I believe, and most religions believe, is called the Garden Tomb. And we were able to go there after hours. Our tour guide was able to get us in there after all the crowds had left, and it was a rainy day. And so Dad told everybody to go on back to the hotel, and he called me and Howard, who was the guy that helped my dad get sober in Germany. Three of us, I was 11 years old, 10 or 11 years old, we walked into this Garden Tomb. And at the time, they had a little wooden bench as you walk in to the left, and then they had like a gate, and then the place where they believed Jesus was buried. And you could tell, because Jesus was taller than most Jews back in the day, and you could see where they had actually had to elongate the tomb where he was put in. You could see where it had been scooped out. And so it was just me, Dad, and Howard sitting on this old little bench, just kind of meditating, sitting there praying, and I didn't really understand why Dad would ask me to be there. Why not just you and Howard, And that didn't come until years later.
Why do you think it was? Well,
because alcohol and drugs played a part in my life, later on in my life. So, and I look back on it now, that's the reason why Dad wanted me to be there, though I don't think he had any idea that I was going to turn out that way. But I look back on it now, that's the reason why. So we did all of that, did the tourist thing, did even more than that, and came back with just a ton of photographs and stuff, slides basically. Dad was a budding wannabe photographer then, didn't really know how to use his camera, but we did manage to get some photographs, and we came back to Turkey and finished the tour there, and we came back to Pope Air Force Base. And this was around 1960, early 63, I guess. President Kennedy was president at that time. And Pope Air Force Base was brand new. They were completing the housing on Pope. The school was brand new. So again, we lucked out. We were one of the first families to move on base. And so I went through, I was in the 7th, 8th, and 9th grade. But we had to live on Fort Bragg before we could move on to Pope. So we were living in a place over in Hammond Hills on Fort Bragg. And then they opened up Pope. They opened up the housing, and we were able to move in over there, which was really great. It was a beautiful place, brand new, man. We were the first people to move in to this particular duplex. And so I went to Irwin Junior High School. Now it's, I think, I drove by there a couple of years ago. I think it's some type of office space now. It's still there. The building is still there, but it's not a school any longer. So, but yeah, so we stayed there until 1967, and Dad got orders to go to Taiwan on an unaccompanied year tour to Taiwan. And so during that part of that time, we, my mom being from Texas, we went down and spent the summer with my grandparents, her parents, in Texas, which is great. I love Texas. I loved my grandparents because they spoiled us, for one thing. And I don't know if it was my idea or my grandmother's idea, about possibly staying with her and my granddad until my father got back stateside, which was, in 4 or 5 months, I think. So Mom was a little reluctant, but she gave in. So I stayed with my grandparents for about 4 or 5 months and I was in the 10th grade. Went to this school right down the road from where my grandparents lived. It was an interesting time. I tried out for the football team, never had played football and didn't know anything about it. But I found out that in Texas, high school football is a religion. It is unbelievable how popular that sport is in Texas. And they're big dudes down in Texas, man. I wasn't, So I tried out for the JV team. I didn't even know what position I had. I got a uniform and was messing around with, trying to learn a little bit about playing football. I was trying to get in shape for that. And I'll never forget, this is one of those times that kind of sticks out in my mind. We were doing kickoff and return drills. So my team was a kickoff team. And we ran down, and I hit this guy that was about as tall as that wooden post there, or I thought he was. And the next thing I knew, I was laying on my back looking up at this dude, and wishing I was somewhere else. Or maybe I was somewhere else. I just didn't realize. But, and the coach looked at me. He says, "That was the worst kickoff return I have ever seen a human being do in my life," and I felt about that big. He says, "We're not going to do it again. I am so embarrassed about that. We won't even do it again." So that right then and there changed my idea about being on the football team. But what I did do, I loved what they were, taping the guys up, doing the trainer bit. I really was fascinated by that. And all the coaches did all the taping. They didn't have anybody else doing it, so a lot of these guys get their ankles taped up, getting their feet taped up, and this, that, and the other thing. And I just wanted to learn that. I wanted to learn how to do it. And I just put everything I had into that, Instead of being on the football team, I became a trainer. And I impressed the coaches so much that when we had a home game, all the football players wore these blazers, these school blazers. They had the school logo on it, and everybody knew. They were nice, were sports coats. But everybody knew that if you wore one of those, you were on the football team. And so the coach was so impressed with my work, all the work that I had put in. I had squared that place away. I got everything labeled. I got everything organized and squared away. And and I was learning as much as I could. He says, "You go over there on that rack and get one of those sports coats." And it was like I had won the Congressional Medal of Honor, man. It was like, this guy, man, are you sure? And I don't even know if they had a jacket that fit me or not, but I went over there and got the smallest one they had, and it was still too big, and I was so proud of that thing, man. I wore that thing to school that particular day. So my dad's tour in Taiwan was coming to an end, and so I was like I said, in the 10th grade, and so my dad and the rest of the family, he got back stateside. He checked out of Pope Air Force Base, and we had orders for Hickam Air Force Base, Honolulu, Hawaii. This is in 1967. And so Dad and Mom and my brother and sister, we all met down in Texas at my grandparents' house. We stayed there a couple of days, and then we drove to California, caught an airplane, put the car on a boat, and we flew to Hawaii, and which was awesome, because most of those kids that I was going to high school with in Texas, they were very envious because I was kind of, really pushing that pretty. Hey, I'm going to Hawaii, guys. I'll let you know how it is. I'll send you a letter, this, that, and the other. I had a girlfriend that back then that I thought she was my girlfriend. She probably had different ideas, but anyway, I still remember her name. But I wrote her a couple of letters, sent her a necklace with a piece of lava, Hawaiian lava on it, But yeah, so Hawaii was really cool. 1967 to 1969, we stayed there. I went from 10th, 11th, and 12th grade, graduated from high school over there, and that was during, a pretty difficult time in our country. Vietnam was going hot and heavy there. You could sit at the dinner table, at 6 o'clock in the evening, have dinner, and watch Walter Cronkite, tell you how many guys were killed that week. And it was just a tough time. All these protests, when we first got to Hawaii, we got our car and we drove down through Waikiki. They were having this big, I'll never forget this, they were having this big anti-war demonstration. And they had hundreds of people, protesting against the war, this, that, and the other thing. Dad was furious. I thought he was going to get out of the car and start, getting into trouble. And then we drove by this small group of people who were, I would say they were, they weren't so much pro-war, but they were not anti-war. Let's put it that way. They were on the opposite side. They were patriots, is what I would call them. They were patriots. But it was a small group. And, it kind of hit me hard, that, wow, there's so many people that are against this war. What is going on here? And these patriots, they're outnumbered, and they're trying to back the people that are in Vietnam getting killed. And you got this huge group of people who are burning their draft cards, burning the flag, and it just really upset me. And it upset my dad even worse. I come from a military family. I've got, my dad and his cousin was a first lieutenant in the Army, was wounded in World War II, was awarded the Silver Star, and lost a leg over there. And my great uncle was a doughboy in World War I. And it was just,
wow.
It goes back, I suspect my family back just probably fought for the Confederacy, because my grandfather was originally, I think he and his family were from Virginia. So I don't know. I need to dig into that. I need to find out more about my family background. But anyway, so Hawaii was a great time. It was a time of rock concerts, and there were pot and marijuana and this, that, and the other thing, which I got into, not so much alcohol. I remember drinking a bottle of Boone's Farm, and wow, it just, I don't want to have anything to do with that. But yeah, so alcohol and stuff like that, played a part in my life growing up. And after I graduated from high school, we had recruiters that would come to school, wanting us to join the Navy, the Army, the Marine Corps. We had them all there. They were all there. And they were looking for people to join the military. We can promise you this, that, and the other thing. I remember in PE class one day, we had this Army recruiter came to our PE class, and he says, anybody interested in learning how to fly helicopters? We'll send you to school, make you a warrant officer, and it'll be all good. It'll be great. It'll be great for you guys, Let us know. Let me know who's interested, and, we'll take it from there. What they didn't tell you about is that, the average lifespan for a helicopter back during that particular point in time wasn't long. Wasn't long at all. But I didn't take the bait. After I graduated from high school, Dad says, well, why don't you go down to the Air Force, and maybe they'll take, let them know that I'm in the Air Force, this, that, and the other thing. Maybe they'll be willing to, maybe that'll put a good word in for you, So I went down to the Air Force recruiter, and I had flip-flops on. I didn't have real long hair. It wasn't down to my shoulders or anything, but it was over my ears. And I went in there, and that recruiter took one look at me. He says, if you're interested in joining the Air Force, you're in the wrong place. So I said, well, my dad's in the Air Force, we're stationed. I've been in, He said, well, we've met our quota this month, so good luck. So I went down to the Coast Guard, and they were just as tough getting in as the Air Force was, probably even more so. And so I landed a job working for Bumblebee Tuna. I'm sure they're still around, I believe. They're in Honolulu. And it was a good job for an 18-year-old kid, out of high school, trying to figure out what they're going to do with their life. And so I worked there. We sterilized the cans, and we were able to take home as much fresh tuna as you wanted, so we did that. And so one day this guy, my supervisor, had me loading up one of these shipping containers, that you see on these huge ships, and I was supposed to load that thing up with these boxes of the cartons of tuna. Here I was, I probably weighed 120 pounds soaking wet, skinny, So he says, it's got to be loaded a certain way, because if it's not, and that guy opens the door up, the whole thing could come down on you. So you got to be careful. You got to do it this way. So I said, okay, I'll do the best I can. So I started I was the only guy loading this thing. It was, so I don't know if I had done something wrong or what. I think he just didn't, maybe he didn't like me. So he didn't get anybody to help me. But anyway, I was loading this thing up. And he came by to check on me. He says, look, you're going to have to redo this. This thing isn't done right. So I says, well, I'm going to take my lunch break. And that was the last time those guys saw me. I wasn't about to unload that thing and reload it again. So I think I had, a day or two later, I went down to the Navy recruiter and took all the tests. And the guy says, well, look, you did really good on your test. As a matter of fact, we can put you in the advanced electronics field and put you on a plane tonight to go to San Diego. I says, man, let me just think about this. Let me sleep on it. Let me just think. He said, it's a 6-year commitment, but you're in school for 2 years and this, that, and the other thing. And so I said, you get an extra stripe. And I said, well, it all sounds good, but I'm going to think about it. So I went home, and at that time, I had a good friend of mine who had dropped out of school, had joined the Navy, and he was home on liberty. He was home on boot. He just got out of boot camp, came back. His dad was in the Air Force, and his sister was my girlfriend at the time. And so he came home in his dress blues, and it looked really sharp. And I looked at that uniform, and he had taken it off, and I went upstairs and put that doggone thing on, put that uniform on. And he had just taken off. I don't know what compelled me to do that. And it fit perfectly. It was a perfect fit. So I said, man, I want one of these. I want one of these uniforms, you know. So that's when I joined the Navy, you know.
Did you go back like the next day or something to the recruiter?
Yeah, I went back and signed up, you know, a couple of days later, and said, yeah, I'll take you up on that offer, you know. And so a bunch of us from Hawaii who had enlisted were in the same company. We all went to San Diego, landed in San Diego. And the airport at that time in San Diego was right next to the Marine Corps boot camp, Marine Corps training ground. And so as we landed, we were taxiing to the terminal, and we saw all these guys and these Marine recruits, you know, running these obstacle courses. And somebody said, that's what you're going to be doing, you know, probably in about another 8 hours. We didn't realize they were Marines, you know. Navy didn't do any of that kind of stuff at the time. So we got off the plane, went to the Navy dispatch, and man, I knew I was in for a whirl, because this guy started telling us to get in line, shut our mouths, give me your orders, and that's when we knew we were in for a world right there. It was going to be different from here on out. So yeah, the boot camp was, for some guys, it was really difficult. I think I had a leg up on a lot of those guys because I was raised in the military, you know, so I really didn't know what to expect, but some of those guys just couldn't handle that. But it was an interesting time. The thing that I really loved about boot camp was getting our uniforms, because then you knew you were a part of something, you know, something bigger than yourself. Though I didn't really realize it at the time. I just knew that I was going to be wearing dungarees, and I had these really cool dress blues and these dress whites. You know, I was part of something. I was in the Navy, you know. And they even gave me a medal, you know, and I didn't even do anything. You know, right off the get-go, I got her medal, you know. So boot camp was okay. I didn't, you know, it's not a big deal for me. Some guys, they just couldn't handle it. We got one Marine recruit who couldn't handle it in the Marine Corps boot camp. And so for some reason, I guess the Navy got the Marine Corps rejects. And so we got this one guy who had been booted out of the Marine Corps, and he came over to us, you know, and he stayed with us until we graduated. So we got our orders, and I got mine. And my company commander was a great guy. He was a good guy. He was a brand new chief, brand new E7. And I'll never forget this. He says, Bivins, you will never forget my name. And to this day, I still remember him. It was Chief Sessoms, and I'll never forget that. And I don't know if it's prophetic or what, but I certainly didn't forget his name. He was a good guy, fair guy. But man, I tell you what, they tore up some barracks back when they did inspections, man. They really tore those places up. But anyway, so he said, Bivins, you got orders for GM school in Dam Neck, Virginia. I said, GM school, what? He said, I think it's gunner's mate. You're going to be a gunner's mate. You're going to learn how to all about weapons and this, that, and the other thing, you know. I said, well, that sounds pretty cool. I don't have any experience in that whatsoever, you know. And but anyway, so we got on the plane. I went back to Hawaii for my boot leave and was there for about 7 days. And I left and flew all the way to Dam Neck, Virginia, to Norfolk, I guess. And then I came on into Dam Neck.
So this isn't actually, it's not your first official duty station. You're still going, it's A school, right?
Yeah, it's A school.
Cool.
Yeah, it's my A school.
Okay.
So it's actually, because I was in the advanced electronics field, it was A and C school, but the A school was the initial school.
Gotcha.
So, but yeah, so this was 1970. I had finished boot camp in 1969, and So for the first 2 weeks, what they had me doing was getting a knife and going around the edges, scraping the old wax off the deck. So that's what we did, doing that until our school started, until our particular class started. So I come to find out that I was not going to be a gunner's mate. Actually, GM school was guided missile technician. They were grooming me to be a missile technician on a boomer submarine, and I had no clue, to take care of these Polaris missiles. And on a boomer, I think at the time they were 16. I think on the new Trident, well, I call them new, the newer boomers, the Tridents have 24 silos. I think that's right. But that's what they were grooming me for. And we had a chief, being on submarines, they're the cream of the crop in the Navy. You're really screened. You got to be, you're very patriotic. Our chief pounded that into us from the day one. He says, we can't have anybody doing drugs or anything like that in this school. And if you do, we'll kick you out and this, that, and I didn't. But it was an interesting school. I had no clue about anything about electronics. You plug it in the wall. If it turns on, you got it. You're good. I had no clue about electronics, much less advanced electronics. Apparently, I just done well on the test to get me in the school, but I didn't know anything. Back then, they had no handheld calculators. They used slide rules, and I didn't even know what a slide rule is. To this day, I couldn't tell you how to use that thing.
Neither could I.
It's just crazy. And here I was, trying to fumble my way around. I was 18 years old trying to figure out how to, math wasn't my forte, to be perfectly honest with you. And they had oscilloscopes and all this, but we had guys in my class that knew all about that stuff. I didn't. I felt, man, am I in the right place? Am I, is this really what I'm supposed to be doing? And, but so I was put on academic, I had an academic profile, I guess is what you would call it. So I was, got special help and this, that, and the other, try to get me up to par, but it just wasn't clicking for me. So, unfortunately, I was dropped from the school. And the big rumor was back then that if you were kicked out of a school, you had automatic orders, to be on a gunboat in Vietnam. And so that was the rumor mill going around, so, I don't know, it's just, people, there are all kinds of rumors, for situations like that. And I didn't have one way of knowing whatsoever. But I did get orders to Oceana, which is right next door to Virginia Beach, in a Naval Air Station, Oceana, in Virginia Beach. And I was assigned to an A6 squadron. Now, for those who have been around for a while, A6 are the intruders. It's long since been decommissioned. They no longer have A6s, but they were definitely prevalent in Vietnam during Vietnam.
So, yeah, I started to cut in.
Yeah.
I don't want to jump ahead too much, but you did eventually make it to the Nimitz.
Yeah, that's later on, yeah.
Is that not, I'm trying to remember. I read the book when I was a little kid, Flight of the Intruder. Was that not the Nimitz?
Well, the Nimitz is nuclear powered, so that was probably not the Nimitz.
Okay.
Yeah, the Flight of an Intruder was during Vietnam, and we didn't have any. Well, we had the Enterprise.
Oh, maybe it was the Enterprise.
Yeah, it could have been the Enterprise,
okay.
yeah.
Okay, never mind.
Yeah, that's all right. That's all right. But yeah, so VA-42, Attack Squadron 42, which was what we called in the Navy a RAG outfit, where we trained A6 pilots and their BNs, bombardier navigators. So in an A6, they sat side by side, and this was an all-weather bomber. It had no guns on it. It carried HARM missiles and a couple other things.
You had that refueling boom.
IFR, in-flight refueling boom, in the front. was an odd looking airplane, but it was cool. It was loud, man. That thing was so loud. But yeah, so we trained those guys, and we had some really interesting officers who ran VA 42. I met one guy, Commander Westerman. I'll never forget him. He was actually shot down in Vietnam, and was escaped. Had escaped. It was for, I don't know, 3, 4, 5 days before he was actually picked up. But I don't know whatever happened to his BN, but he was a really great guy, man. I tell you, you could tell he had some PTSD, which he got honestly, but I mean, he was always a nice guy to me, man. He took an interest in me, and I'll never forget the guy, and I remember his name, for whatever reason. I remember him, because he stood out to me. But yeah, so I met some really interesting guys there. Most of those guys the officers who ran that squadron were Vietnam vets, if not all of them. And all of them had experienced some type of aerial combat, bombing missions or whatever. They all had been on carriers. And most of our students, when they graduated, went to a carrier right off the get-go. We had 2 A6 training squadrons, one on the West Coast and ours on the East Coast in Oceania. And all those guys, when they graduated, they went to a carrier and went out to sea right off the get-go. Unless maybe they showed some exceptional flying techniques, maybe they became an instructor, but I would say 99.9% of them went to Vietnam, went to a carrier. So I spent, what my job there was, I was in charge of the pilots and their BN's logbook. So whenever they would go out on a training mission, like 4 or 5 hours, they would have these slips of paper with their time and what aircraft they were on and how many hours, and I would log that, put that time into their logbook. So they had to have so many hours of training before they graduated and were sent to sea. So that's what my job was. I had an aptitude. Apparently, I had an aptitude for keeping records and clerical type stuff, that type of thing. Organization, that type of thing is another thing they found out. Not so much about electronics, I mean. But anyway, I spent a little time there. I spent about a year or so there at NAS Oceana and VA 42 and received orders for the USS Paul. USS Paul was a new class of destroyer escorts. It was named after a Marine Corps private or corporal who was awarded the Congressional Medal of Honor for Vietnam. And so they named the USS Paul after him. It was built in Avondale Shipyard down in Louisiana, and I was on what they call a pre-com unit, pre-com detail. We were a pre-commissioning crew. And so we were I was in Newport, Rhode Island at the time. So the USS, we were waiting for our ship to be brought up from Louisiana up to Boston Naval Shipyard. But at the time, we were stationed in Newport, Rhode Island. That's where we went to the different schools, and they taught the officers how to navigate. And, we got to go on other ships to learn how to do certain things until our ship arrived. And so during this time, we had some really good friends, some tight group of guys, we got to know. And I was on deck force. In other words, we were the guys that were scrubbing paint, chipping paint, painting, hanging over the side, scrubbing the side of the ship. That's what I was doing. I was an E3 no count. I was grist for the mills, so to speak. And but we had a good group of guys. We had a tight group of guys, and so we were getting the ship ready. We were waiting on the ship to be brought up. So we all left Newport, and we met the ship up in Boston. We were able to move on board the ship and put our stuff on board and everything. It was a brand new ship, man. But we had to get it ready for commissioning. We had to, paint the areas that needed to be painted. We had to get everything spick and span because the Corporal Paul's mother was going to be there to commission the ship. So we wanted to make a big impression on her. So everybody was spit shined, and we had the ship looking great. Had commissioning pennants and all this kind of stuff. It was a great day, beautiful day up in Boston. We were commissioned right next to Old Ironside, the USS Constitution, which is actually still an active duty ship in the U.S. Navy. So we were commissioned right next to that, which was a real honor for us. So I was on the pre-com unit up until the time she was going to go for her shakedown cruise, which is in Gitmo. And I had received orders for another school. Thank goodness, So so I got off the ship in time to miss the shakedown cruise, which is really tough. You go from basically a brand new ship to be combat ready, and you had to do so many different drills and things and had to have a passing score before you were considered seaworthy and became an active ship in the U.S. Navy. I got off before all that happened. It was like, even before I was a Christian, the Lord was looking out after me. So, but anyway, I went to my clerical school, which is in Bainbridge, Maryland. It was an old school where during World War II, the Navy women went to boot camp back in the day. And it was also a place where Navy radio men went to their Class A school as well. But this is where, we stayed in World War II barracks. It was pretty primitive back then, but it was a good school. And I don't know, I can't remember if it was 8-10 weeks, something like that, 6 to 8 weeks. And we learned how to type. We had to type so many words with the old typewriters, not the computer stuff. These were the old manual key typewriters. And you had to pass a typing test, and you had to, type so many words in a minute. And if you didn't, you had to go back and redo it. And you learned about different forms in the Navy and different reports that were required and in this particular school. So I graduated from that school, but before I graduated, about halfway through the school, we had a class size of maybe 50 or 60. And before, about 2 or 3 weeks before we graduated, the chief came in. He says, well, we're looking for volunteers for submarine duty and for Vietnam. So I had a good buddy of mine, Tommy Kowalski. Never forget him either. So Tommy sat in the back room, and I looked back to Tommy and I said, what do you want to do, man? And I says, why don't we go? Let's go to Vietnam. They'll probably send us to Adak, Alaska. We won't get what we want, but let's volunteer for Vietnam. Within 24 hours, we had orders to Vietnam, and that was unheard of, So we knew where we were going long before everybody else did. And so we graduated, went home on a couple of days leave before I went to Coronado, California for SEER school.
So I think sounds like we're about to move into your first deployment.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll go ahead and take a quick break.
Sure.
And then jump back in right here just before SEER school.
Absolutely, man.
Sound good?
Absolutely. Yes, sir.
I want to take just a second to thank you for listening to The Rugged Path. We truly appreciate every person who listens. Now, if I can talk shop for just a second, I've got a favor to ask if you're getting anything out of any of these episodes, and that is to please subscribe on whatever platform you prefer and leave a review. Now, I know everyone asks that, So let me kind of give you a little peek behind the curtain in case you don't understand why everyone asks that. So everything's based on algorithms these days, right? Especially these social media platforms and podcast platforms and things like that. So the more subscriptions and reviews a podcast has, the more that algorithm decides that what that podcast is saying is relevant, and it will therefore push it out to a wider audience. So what that means is, as much work as we do on this end of things, really trying to put together stories that will impact people and bring other people to their faith, you can have just as much of an impact by just subscribing and leaving a review, just letting that algorithm know that what we're doing matters and is having an impact. It'll then push out to a wider audience, and more people will have an opportunity to hear the stories and come to Christ. So if you wouldn't mind doing that, we would greatly appreciate it. Either way, we greatly appreciate you listening, like I said. And if you personally just want to get a little bit more involved, go over to the website. It's theruggedpathpodcast.com and sign up for the newsletter. I'll send something out twice a month, every time there's an episode that releases. And there's just a little bit more extra stuff in there that you might enjoy. Either way, again, thank you sincerely for listening. And if any of these episodes have had an impact on you or you think would help someone that you know, please share it with them. Okay? Let's get back to it. All right, Phil.
Yeah.
So we left off. You had just gone down to San Diego.
Right.
About to go to SEER school.
Yeah.
So that's interesting. This is, what is it, 1970 you said?
This was 71.
71. That's interesting, man. I don't remember when the Army stood up their SEER school, but it came out of Vietnam, Nick Rowe. So I get, it sounds like maybe the Navy had SEER school prior to that. So I'm just interested. I'm curious, what was that like? So in the Army, SEER is one of those things, one, not everybody goes to, especially level C. And it's one of those schools that there's like a lot of lore about it, and a lot of people have a lot of fear about going.
Yeah.
I don't know. Was it like that for you? Did you?
Yeah.
Okay.
I had no clue about what I was basically told it was about survival school, before going to Vietnam, in case you get captured, that's, and so we went to Coronado, where the SEALs are born, so to speak. And so I got there, and they put us in a barracks. They gave us our utilities, our same kind of uniform the Marine Corps wears, Gave us those because we were going to Vietnam. And I'll never forget, I saw these guys, these dudes running around with these doggone telephone poles over their heads. I would see this all the time, these guys. Oh, so this is where Buds. This is where the SEALs, this is where they finish their 6 months, Bud school. And so I figured out, okay, but SEER school, we had, 30, 40 guys in our class. And we had a Navy SEAL in our group, lieutenant commander, major, in our group. And so they told us a little bit about what to expect. And then he says, oh, by the way, guys, I have some good news for you. This is the first class that we're not going to have the escape and evasion part of the school.
Oh, nice.
You guys are the first. You're the first. This is 1971. Things are starting to wind down in Vietnam, so to speak. At least, trying to remember now. Wait a minute. Take it back. This was in I'm getting my dates mixed up. 1972. I'm sorry. So things during that time were starting to wind down. So what I did learn in SEER school was just how ingenious the enemy was. They would, they would show us different booby traps that were set up by the enemy, for GIs who had 24 hours off, would go downtown, and want to buy a beer or a Coke or something like that, and you'd pop the top, and the thing would blow up, not to kill you, but to maim you. See, they had some really interesting, ingenious ways of harming people, of hurting people, and they just told us what to look out for there. I think the one that really sticks out in my mind was the Zippo lighters. Zippo's been around since, who knows, at least since World War II, if not before. But Zippo lighters, if you smoked, you had a Zippo lighter. And they showed us that they would try to sell you. They said, never buy anything on the out on the black market. Never buy anything, because things are set up to hurt you if you do. They would show you a Zippo lighter, and they would flick it, and it's a good lighter, it won't hurt you, this, that, and the other. But they knew how many times they could do that before it would explode, or blow your hand off or whatever. And so they just showed us. They had a huge table of different things they had captured that had been turned into booby traps. And so I had a really, really interesting respect for those people who were that ingenious to do something like that. The enemy was pretty smart, was really smart. So we made it through SEER school.
Were you nervous about going down to it, or
going to SEER school?
Mm-hmm.
Probably so, because I just, I'd like everybody else, I'd heard different rumors about it,
Sure.
and the big thing is that, they capture everybody. Nobody ever gets away. You think you're smart enough, and you can climb a tree and think you're going to, but they know where you are 10 seconds after you leave. They nobody escapes. Everybody gets beat up. Everybody gets smacked around. And this, that, and the other thing. But for some reason, we didn't have to do that. And there was a big sigh of relief.
Yeah, I bet. It's definitely a stressful period of instruction.
Yeah, I'm sure. God, I think, but maybe I missed out on something too. But I'm grateful for that part of it. But anyway, so it was time for us to graduate. It wasn't a big deal, no big party or anything like that. It was just, you're okay, now you're done, you're ready to go to Vietnam. It was a bit of a joke, though. Navy, when it comes, at least what I was exposed to, when it comes to, I'm sure in the more combat-related rates in the Navy, you get, your training on how to use a weapon is a lot better, a lot more instructive than what we got. But those in my class, we went out to the range, we shot a .38, we shot an M16 or an M4. I can't remember which one it was, M14 and 16. M14 was a different weapon, though most GIs liked the M14 more than they did the M16. But it was more reliable back in those days. So we got checked out on the M16, the .38 shotgun, though I don't even know if they allowed us to shoot that or not. They showed us a couple of other weapons, I don't even know if they even showed us how to use a 45 or not, but in boot camp we did, but in SEER school, I wouldn't even call it SEER school. I don't know what it was called. That's what the name of it was SEER school, but we did get checked out, on how to use a few weapons. I don't know if I even hit the target or not, to be honest with you. But so that was it for SEER school. We went down and we were ready to get our orders to go to Vietnam. So I went down, was ready to pick up my orders. Tommy and I went down there. And the guy says, well, we're closing the base down. We're turning it over to the South Vietnamese Navy. Do we really need to send these guys to Da Nang? I heard these two civilians talking about it in an office, and I kind of overheard it. And I said, look, I know I'm just an E3 no count here. But, my dad was in World War II and he was in Korea. And I would really like to, I would really like to be able to, just to say that I was in a combat zone, he was, and so, and so I had to kind of talk my way into going. These guys weren't willing to send me because they were closing the base down. So I kind of talked my way, and Tommy did too. So we both went in on the buddy system. So we did after a while. He says, I remember this guy saying, well, if he wants to go ahead and send him, So we got our orders to Da Nang. Naval Support Facility, Da Nang. And, which is right down from Da Nang Air Force Base and not too far from China Beach, the old Army post down there. Man, that was a long trip too, man. It was a full, I can't remember what kind of, it was a big jet. I know, a couple hundred guys on there, most were Army and Air Force, 3 sailors. They're just 3 sailors on that whole aircraft. So we landed, we landed in Guam and Philippines and Japan, and then we finally landed at Da Nang. And I never forget coming into Da Nang Air Force Base, and right before we hit the ground there, I remember looking out the window and saw this guy on a bicycle in black pajamas wearing one of these coolie hats. And I said to myself, Phil, what in the world did you get did you know there's a war going on here? People are getting killed here. And I just remember saying that. And then we hit the ground, and landed. We were getting off the plane, disembarking, and there was a Navy liaison officer that came up. He says, it's your lucky day, guys. You won't be here for a full tour. They're turning the base over to the South Vietnamese Navy. Enjoy your time here. You won't be here. You're lucky if you'll be here 6 months. So they had a duty driver pick us up and drove us to Naval Support Facility, or what was left of it. And I remember the driver. He was a Navy guy, and there was a guy, a South Vietnamese soldier, who was wearing a helmet. He was kind of directing traffic, and he had this QC on his helmet. And I, to this day, can't remember. I forgot what that QC stood for. But he says, you stay away from those guys. Those guys they don't mess around. So don't get in trouble with those guys. So he was just kind of giving us a heads up. Why? I don't know. But anyway, we back during Vietnam, at least where we were not allowed to carry weapons on post. Now, I don't know how it is now in the Army. I guess you guys are. I guess, on certain, you're assigned a weapon and that's it, We weren't. We couldn't go off base. Everything was shut down. We couldn't go off base. You had to stay on base. You were confined to your workspace and your barracks, and that was it. Unless you had a security watch outside, they call it outside the wire now, but off base, which I did. I had several of those. So basically for the first couple of weeks I was there, because we were shutting the base down, at one time, Da Nang Naval Support Facility was probably one of the busiest ports, busiest harbors in the world, because that's where they got a lot of their supplies and stuff. That was my understanding, anyways. It was a busy place. But for the first couple of weeks I was there, Tommy and I, we had a shredder, an old machine, and we burned that thing up. And we went through all the files there in the office, and there were hundreds, thousands of pages of letters saying, we regret to inform you, sir, that it was just heartbreaking reading through some of those things. That's what we were doing. We were getting rid of all that stuff. And we burned that machine up, and we still had other stuff we had to shred. So we wound up just burning what we had, took it outside and put it in big bags and burned it all. When I wasn't doing that, we were filling sandbags, standing security watches, washing trucks. I did have a tower perimeter watch one time. It was a tower watch. And one of my friends was patrolling outside of the harbor, near the harbor out there, and he saw this box come floating in. And he shot at it, and the thing blew up, and he got hurt. He got hurt, and he was, given the Purple Heart and this, that, and the other thing, But so that was exciting, part. I mean, it was a pretty laid back place. I mean, the U.S. presence there at that particular base was very limited. We had a skeleton crew, basically. I stood several watches outside of the wire, me and one other guy, and it was away from the base. And I, to this day, still have memories of what we were actually trying to guard. I don't know if it was part of the base's water supply or what, but the only thing we had, it was in a valley, and on the left side of the valley, there were about 4 or 5 towers that were supposedly manned by South Vietnamese Army with 50 cal machine guns. And where we were, we had a little outhouse place in case it started raining. It was a little tin hut place, shack. We could go in and get out of the rain. And then we had this man-made rock formation that if we started taking rounds, we could kind of squirrel in there and hide, kind of have a place of cover, So, and that was it, So we had a radio in case we got hit or anything like that. And supposedly these guys were awake up in the towers, who knows? Because by that time they had kind of given up on their country, about that time. They, if you got somebody else fighting your war, what do I need to fight it for?
Sure.
Kind of a thing. And that was the attitude of a lot of, they had some good soldiers, especially their special op guys were awesome. They were awesome. And I've met some of them. We got 1 or 2 that go to Grace Church even to this day.
Wow.
And I'm sure you've seen him. But anyway, I'll never forget, they had a demonstration for the new guys there, just how cunning some of the Viet Cong were, and which was supposed to put kind of the fear of God into us to make sure we kept our eyes open, for stuff. And they had this one little Viet Cong who had come over to the U.S. side, and he did a demonstration of going through all the different types of wire that we had surrounding the base. This guy had on a loincloth, and they told us a little bit about his education. He said this guy was educated in China and then later in Russia, and then his whole purpose, he was a sapper, and his whole purpose was to infiltrate the perimeter, get inside, and kill as many people as he could. And so this guy, he did this demonstration for us. This guy went through every piece of perimeter wire that we had, including claymores, and got to the other side without a scratch on him. It was like this guy was a Houdini dude, man. And that was pretty amazing. That was pretty amazing. And it was interesting because I saw something like that in the movie, in one of the Vietnam flicks. I can't remember which one. Platoon, I think, was maybe the name of it, with Charlie Sheen. Charlie Sheen was in it. And they had something like that. And it could have been the same guy for all I know, but it was just an amazing thing this guy did, and he had been highly trained. And his only reward was like a bowl of rice a day. That's what he got. And he was a suicide. He was his job was to go in. It was a suicide mission. He wasn't coming back, but he had transitioned over to our side. And I wonder about him every now and again, think about him. Some of the times that I've stood these perimeter watches, these off-base security watches, I'll never forget, I got with this guy twice, I think. I'll never forget this guy. I don't remember his name, but I could pick him out in the lineup. He looked like he had like a Elvis Presley haircut, kind of a thing, a pompadour, I guess, so to speak. He was real thin, slim guy. It kind of reminded me of somebody that maybe like Davy Crockett or Daniel Boone would look like, But he was a full-blown heroin addict, full-blown. Guy was, I don't know how many times he had re-enlisted to stay in Vietnam. And he would tell me about it. I says, well, how are you going to get this stuff back to the States if you're going to be in trouble if you. He says, well, he said he told me all about how he had a reel-to-reel tape player, and he was going to put fake wiring in it and have it all packed up with, with his China white heroin. And this guy was amazing. He was just incredible, And I told the guy, the first time I had watch with him, I said, look, I'm new in country. I'm green as a stick. And if you see me anything that needs to be corrected, you have my permission. You really don't need my permission to drop kick my rear end into next week. Just tell me to stop doing whatever I'm doing and do something, do something else. Don't do that. But this guy was a dead shot, man. This guy could put around. He had some demonstrations. I was afraid to shoot my weapon because we had to account for every round. Apparently he didn't have to, but I did. Otherwise, I would have gotten in trouble about it. Why did you fire that weapon? How come there's only this number of rounds? And I had to account for that. But he basically gave me a shooting exhibition that I still remember to this day. It was amazing. And I don't know if he was messing with me or not, but he says, right now we're being watched. We're being watched because we were told before we went on watch that night, we were told that there was some enemy activity in our area to be on the lookout. So we went to our place, and within about an hour or so, we had 4-hour watches. So he says, there's some guys over there, looking at us. I said, man, I don't see anything. He says, I want you to get in the rock formation, take the radio with you, and when I give you the signal, I want you to call those guys up in the tower to start laying rounds out in the valley here. And so that never happened, thank goodness. He gave me the password. There was a password you had to say, and to let these guys open up. But that didn't happen. He saw them. I didn't. I don't know if he was messing with me or not, but it worked. Whatever he was trying to get my attention, it worked. But so, so our time in Naval Support Facility, was closing to an end, and I was working in this particular office for this guy who worked for, I think they called it CID, Criminal Investigative Division or something like that. He was in the Navy, but he was a cop or a detective or something like that. He didn't have any rank. I found out what his rank. He was an E6, but you didn't call him by that. He was basically a civilian. And he says, look, I need you to go with me. We're going to go to this place off base here, to this guy who's selling, he's got a black market thing going on. And we're going to go down there and raid his house. So we got into a Jeep. I was in the front seat, had a sawed-off shotgun, and 2 guys in the back. So we drove up to this guy's house, and he had a bunch of stolen TVs that he had ripped off from the PX somehow, and was trying to sell them on the black market. And so we busted him. They took him in, and so that was my extent working with this guy. This apparent cop that worked for a criminal investigative division or department or whatever. And so I found out while I was in Vietnam that I had picked up E4. Didn't even know about it. Had picked it up. They, I didn't sew it on until I got to my next duty station, but found out that I had orders for um, Fleet Training Group Pearl Harbor, which was located on Ford Island. And Tommy he was still in country. He hadn't received his orders yet, but I had access to the phone working in this particular office where I could call Washington to talk to people's detailers. So I had a couple of friends that I'd met, and I said, look, I've got access to this special phone that I can call if you want to find out where you're going, just come on over, meet me in the office at such and such a time. We'll give them a call and find out what your order. So I was able to do that for 3 or 4 guys. So they knew where they were going. They were pretty happy about that. But I had, so I left Tommy in Vietnam, and we left. I left with this one guy who was being kicked out of Vietnam for being in an alcohol blackout, had pulled a gun on his girlfriend, was threatening to kill her, and she reported him, and he was being kicked out of Vietnam. I don't know if he was being kicked out of the Navy, but he was certainly being kicked out of Vietnam. But so we left Da Nang on a Marine Corps C-130, came in, landed in Saigon. And as we landed in Saigon, the pilot came back. He says, we're lucky to be here. And I said, why is that? He says, when we were leaving Da Nang, we took a bunch of rounds. I didn't even feel it. I didn't even know it in the back end. And I was kind of sitting in the middle part of the aircraft. But it was an old Marine Corps C-130, and I think Marines typically get the Air Force rejects, I don't think they've ever had anything new in their lives, but yeah, I didn't even know about that at all. He showed me, he took me around and said, well, the horizontal and vertical stabilizer are all shot up.
Oh, wow.
And so we landed in Saigon, and I stayed in a transient barracks, which was just terrible, because if you had anything of value, it typically got ripped off, so you had to lock everything up. And if you had any money, you just kept it on you. You slept with it, because people would steal it from you. But this guy that I was leaving country with knew all about Saigon. He showed me all the sites, all the places in Saigon, all the places where to go, all the bars and nightclubs. So I spent about 2 days with him, and he showed me the black market. I mean, you could buy anything. I mean, the PX had nothing, but on the black market, it had everything that the PX was supposed to have. I mean, you could buy liquor, cigarettes, food, just whatever. It was just amazing. Right down in downtown Saigon, right on the sides of the main drag there, they had all these places set up, where you could buy whatever in the world you wanted. But it was an amazing place. I'd love to go back and just see what it's like now. Because it was a very active town, even when I was there, but even when the war was going on. But yeah, so I transitioned out of Vietnam, landed in Honolulu, and called up a couple of friends that I knew in high school, because I had graduated from high school in Hawaii. So I was kind of coming back. My family was no longer there. They were in North Carolina, but I called up a couple of friends that I had graduated from school. Hey, how you doing? This, that, and the other thing, Hey, where have you been? Well, yeah, I'm just getting back from Vietnam, I'd only been on there a short period of time before they turned the base over, but, oh, okay, cool. All right. Glad you made it. Click, kind of a thing. It was like guys who had gone to Vietnam had received some horrible, I didn't, not so much as some of these guys that I knew later on. I knew Marines who were in the jungle, who were in the bush one day, and 24 hours later they were in San Francisco having people spit on them and stuff like that. I had a friend of mine who was a Marine, and this chick came up and, you baby killer," and spit in his face, and he knocked her out. And they put him in jail. That got him a little time in jail. But you just don't do that, man. I don't care how much you're against something, but especially back then. And it went on. It went on. So, I certainly didn't get anything nearly as bad but I had friends that just kind of blew me off, didn't really want to have anything to do with me. But anyway, it went on, now Pearl Harbor, Ford Island was a pretty interesting place. I loved Hawaii, but, and I had a pretty good job. I was was in charge of the, classified material, anything that came in, it was classified, I took care of it. I had safes that I was in charge of, and it was good. It was good. I had a really good senior chief that I worked with. But yeah, it was pretty, the barracks that I stayed in were the same barracks that got all shot up by during Pearl Harbor.
Oh, I've seen them. Yeah. They still have the bullet holes.
They still have the bullet, and they'll always be that way, Ford Island was an active airstrip. You could, if you owned a private plane, you could take off and land there. A lot of guys who were working on their private pilot license would land and take off there. Now they got these huge museums here now that are incredible. They had nothing. They had the hangars there, which are now converted museums now that are, from what I understand, are amazing. I've seen some YouTube videos about them, but they were never there when the museums were not there. But you could always look outside your window, my barracks window, and see the Arizona Memorial. That was always there every day, and all those other battleships that were destroyed back during that time. Very historical place. But yeah, so had some really good friends there, Navy friends there. Did my job rather well. Had no complaints. I even considered staying in the Navy at that time. I was thinking about doing a rate conversion. I had an opportunity to go do some embassy duty, and a few other things. At that time, I thought about even transitioning over to be a corpsman. I had picked up E5, but I decided to get out and go to school, come back home and go to school, do something in the medical field.
What do you think? What was it that was kind of drawing you to the medical thing? Was your mom was a nurse, correct?
Yeah, she was an RN, but and she worked at the Army Hospital there for a while, Triple Army Hospital. Was a nurse. I think it goes back to, I think my interest in medical stuff actually subconsciously started happening when I became a trainer.
I was going to ask about that.
Yeah.
Because you mentioned the taping and you had an aptitude for it.
Yeah. And learning how to do that, and just some of the different things about different injuries and that type of thing, and so I think that's probably where that, plus my mom, what she did. So I think that's probably where my medical interest came in. So I got out, used my GI Bill, didn't really know what I wanted. I didn't know whether I wanted to be an X-ray technician or something else, Then somebody told me about being a medical laboratory technician, working in a medical lab, drawing blood and running tests and this, that. I said, well, that sounds pretty cool, So just like that, I just, okay, let's do that. So I went to medical laboratory technician school and did okay in it, I didn't excel in anything, but I did okay in it. There was one class I had to repeat, and I did that, got my associate in applied science degree, and actually passed my boards the first time, became a registered medical laboratory technician, and which is a big deal, and worked in First Health. It was called Moore Regional Hospital back in the day, and it was half the size of what it is now when I worked there. So we did some training in the hospital. Did part of my training at First Health, and I did some of my training at the old Womack Army Hospital. That's how far back I go. So it was all good. The training was great. We had some good people, just some really great people that I worked with at both places. And so I worked in our local hospital in the lab for about, for about 4 years, 3 years, I would say, until about 1978. And I went to Western Carolina thinking that I would get my medical technologist degree, my 4-year degree. And I went up there for one semester, for one quarter. And I just said, man, I don't think this is for me. You know, I was taking organic chemistry, physics, history, psychology, and a phys ed course. And I said, man, I don't think I want to get this 4-year degree. You know, it's just, I don't have an aptitude for organic chemistry and for physics. And I just don't find it all that interesting right now. So I left, came back to and worked at First Health again for about a year or so. And then I just decided, you know, look, I felt comfortable in the Navy. I knew what the deal was. And I'm going to go back in the Navy and have a rate conversion. I'm going to convert my rate from the clerical side to the medical side. So I talked to my dad about it, and he was all for it. I talked to a recruiter, took the test, went up to Raleigh, I guess is where it was, and they took some X-rays, and they said, "Well, you've got scoliosis." Scoliosis? What is that? I don't even know what that is. Well, look at your spine here. See how messed up it is? I said, well, I didn't even know I had that. I don't even know what it is, you know, much less, you know. So, well, you'll have to get a medical waiver for that, you know. So I took the X-rays back to the doc that I worked for in the lab, and he looked at it. He said, this isn't a big deal. This is so minor. You know, you should be able to get that approved without any hassle. I got a medical waiver, and I think the other thing is because I had to take the test all over again, all the entry exams. And he says, you passed everything with outstanding marks. The only thing that you didn't qualify for, I mean, you could go to Annapolis, you could qualify for any school the Navy has, with the exception of the nuclear program. And those guys in the nuclear program are, they're just walking eggheads, you know, pretty much, you know. So I didn't qualify for that, and I wasn't even interested in that to begin with. I wanted to be a corpsman. And so he says, well, you certainly qualify for that. You got your medical waiver. When do you want to leave? I says, well, as soon as possible. So I think within probably 2 weeks, you know, I had orders and went to Norfolk Naval Base to the awaiting orders. I was in the transient barracks. All those guys were either transitioning in or coming back or leaving the military. And they had a special barracks for us. And or people just waiting on orders to go elsewhere. And this is where I was. I didn't even have any uniforms, so which is cool, you know. So they said, well, you know, go to this place, you'll get all your uniforms that you need, you get your ID card. So for about the first full day there, you know, I got my uniforms, got my rank, got all that stuff squared away, and got some money, you know, for travel pay and this, that, and the other thing. So I wasn't penniless when I was down there. And so I began to, so I waited for about 2 weeks there in Norfolk, waiting for my official orders to go to corpsman school in Great Lakes. And I started to get a little concerned that the Navy would find something in my background that they didn't like.
Anything in particular, or just in general?
using pot,
Okay.
smoke, that kind of thing, because, I was in a rate that, it was supposed to be drug free.
Okay.
I didn't have a big alcohol problem, but, I just didn't like it. I didn't, but anyway, I was concerned that they would find out something like that because there had been a big thing that happened when I was stationed on Fort Island, that had to do with a big drug bust. And they called us all in, interviewed us and everything. Nothing happened out of that, But anyway, and it wasn't even on my record or anything like that. But so I was concerned about that. I was a little worried about it because I had made up my mind if I got to go back into the Navy and be a hospital corpsman, I was going to make it a career. I had made my mind up. I was all gung-ho about it. And but I was concerned about this particular thing. And so much so that I started looking into the base newspaper, and I found out that when the church services were, and they had this group of guys called the Navigators, and that sounded pretty interesting. What do these guys do? And they meet on such and such a night, come out and join us, for some fellowship and this, that, and the other thing. I had never done anything like that at all. But I felt like I needed to get some spiritual guidance. I wasn't a Christian then, but I think this is a way that sometimes the Lord kind of drives you to him because he cares about you. He loves you that much. So I look back on it now. I didn't go back into the Navy to be a corpsman. I went back in the Navy to get saved. I didn't know that at the time, but that's what happened, And so I met this group of guys called the Navigators. Found out a little bit about them is that it was originally set up by a couple of Navy guys, I think. And what they kind of pair up and they go out throughout the base. It's not just in one place. It's an international thing. The Navigators are a big deal. And they go out to different areas on the base and just spread the gospel. Just, talk about Jesus, how's your soul? Would you like to find out a little bit more about the Lord and this, that, and the other thing? And so I met these guys. All the guys that I was associated with were on this one particular submarine that was home ported out of Norfolk. And they just so happened to be in port at the time for a period of time. Maybe they had just gotten back off a patrol. I don't know. But they were there. And these were the guys that took me under their wing, They wanted to know about me, where I was going, where I was headed, what I was going to do. And these guys were all submarine guys, on this nuclear submarine, which I thought was pretty cool. And so they introduced me to this one guy who happened to be an Annapolis graduate. His name was Scotty Baldwin. He was a lieutenant, which I guess in the Army, they're captains in the Army, but he was a lieutenant. He was a weapons officer on board the USS Burgall, which was, it may have been a Los Angeles class fast attack submarine. I don't know, or it may have been an earlier version. She's no longer on active duty. She's been decommissioned years ago. So Scotty was kind of the in charge of that particular group of navigators, and so he took me under his wing. This guy he looked like Howdy Doody, if you remember. The guy, he was red hair, wore these wire rim round glasses, had a smile that would light up the room, kind of a thing. And he just took me under his wing and just kind of befriended me and just kind of spent time with me, And this one particular, this is the part that I'll never forget, thank God. But we went to a canteen, a PX, a little area where you could go and get a hamburger or whatever, and we were in there just kind of sitting by ourselves. He had a couple of tracts with him. And across the way was a guy sitting at a table by himself. And Scotty said, I'm going to get up and invite this guy to join us. And so he went over to this guy and started talking to him about the Lord. And he says, started explaining the gospel to him. He says, is this something that you might be interested in learning more about? And the guy says, well, let me think about it. Let me sleep on it. And I know where you guys are located, and I'll get back with you. While Scotty was talking to him, I was reading through this track, this Chick track. I think Chick still makes tracks and I was reading about this one particular track, and it said that man is on this side, God is on this side, and there's a big cavern that separates man from God. And the only way that man can be united with God is by the cross. And so they had one picture of man on this side, God on this side, this big cavern. And on the next picture, they had man on this side, God on this side with the big cavern, but a cross that joined the two. And I was reading through that track, and I said to Scotty, I said, you know what? I'm reading this thing, and I always thought I was a pretty good guy. I never killed anybody. I never hurt anybody. I've said some cuss words. I've smoked some pot and this, that, and the other thing, but as far as doing any real harm, and I don't think I've ever done that. I may have gotten mad at my parents or something, or didn't get along well with my sister or this, that, and the other thing, but. And he says, well, would you like to get saved? I said, yeah, I do. So where the canteen was and where the base chapel was just, within walking distance. So we walked down there, and we sat in the garden there at the chapel. And he says, well, just, he kind of guided me through the process, clearing that I was a sinner, that I needed a Savior. I couldn't save myself. So I went through that, said the prayer, and received Christ as my Savior. And it was not, yeah.
When he asked you if you wanted to get saved, did you know what that meant? Or were you just kind of like, I don't know, I want to take the next step, whatever that is, not really sure what that looks like?
I think I did. I did. I believe so, 'cause after going through that track, I knew that I was separated from God and that I needed a Savior.
Okay.
But I had rationalized, that I had justified myself by saying I was a pretty good guy.
Okay, yeah, sure.
Yeah. And so, like I said, we went over there. He kind of led me through the prayer, and he said, just say it in your own words, and I did. There was no burning bush experience. There was no lightning or anything to this day. If I had to put it in a sentence, because I've had people ask me that, how did you feel afterwards? I says, well, if I felt anything, I probably felt lighter, than what I did. But as far as any major road to Damascus, burning bush thing, that didn't happen, So anyway, we got back to the meeting area, and Scotty announced that I'd received Christ as my Savior, and those people were just, happy for me. And come to find out, there was a big celebration going on in heaven too.
Sure.
Angels were celebrating, so that was cool. And so while these guys were in port, I just hung out with these guys until my orders came in to go to Great Lakes. And we just had some great fellowship. We went out, and 2 by 2, sometimes 3 by 3, went out and just talked to different guys and about the Lord and stuff like that. And man, we had some guys that just kind of, you believe in that thing? You believe in that? And just would start cussing at us and swearing at us, just, we'd say, man, something was really going on with that dude, but it was an interesting time, and so we had to say our goodbyes. I got my orders, and they were getting ready to go to sea. And so I did. I went to Corps School up in Great Lakes, which is great. I love the history behind the hospital corps. When I got to Great Lakes to the school, back then it's no longer there now because everybody goes to San Antonio now. But during that time, the school was in a rotunda kind of a round building, and then they had the barracks off to the side. They had females over here and the guys over here. And inside the quarterdeck, they had all the pictures and the stories of all. I don't know if they may have had all Marine and Navy people who had received the Medal of Honor throughout U.S. history since the Medal of Honor has been given. And you just kind of went around reading the different stories, about these guys. The majority of Navy guys who received the Medal of Honor were Navy corpsmen who were with Marines. There were a few officers who had received the Medal of Honor, naval officers who had received the Medal of Honor, but most of the guys were Navy corpsmen who had served with the Marines during that time. And to be a part of it, just to be in the same brotherhood, I guess you could say, was just great. I just cherished it. And to this day, I still do. But yeah, so I made it through Corps School. It was great. It was class adjutant. My assistant adjutant was a combat Marine who had been wounded in Vietnam, had a chest full of ribbons, and he had come back into the Navy as a corpsman and finished Corps School. I'll never forget his name. He was a true Italian. Colucci was his last name, but he was a great guy. Nobody messed with him. Nobody messed with that guy. I didn't have any hard time with anybody, because that guy was my backup, But we had a great class. We had a huge class, and we got along really well. And we all graduated and went our separate ways. So after Corps School, we had a couple of days leave, and then I got orders for Portsmouth Naval Hospital in Portsmouth, Virginia. And I was an E4. So I got off leave, checked in to the hospital, and what would you like to do? Was the question. I says, well, I want to learn everything. I want to learn how to suture. I want to learn how to run a sick bay. I want to learn how to do it all. I didn't have an NEC, or I guess what the Army calls an MOS. I was what they call a quad zero. I was a jack of all trades and a master of none, is basically how it was put to me. Even though I was a registered medical laboratory technician, I did not want to do that in the Navy. I had done that for a couple of years, been there, done that, got the T-shirt. I wanted to learn how to do what corpsmen do, combat side.
So you were a general purpose medic kind of.
Yeah. And so the guy that checked me in was a civilian. He says, well, I've got the right place for you. So he said, we're going to send you over to the Norfolk Naval Shipyard, which is right down the road from us, about 2 miles, I guess. So I went in. He says, you'll be working in the dispensary over there, in the branch clinic. So I said, cool. That's what I want to do. I want to learn how to do all that stuff, He says, well, you'll be in the right place. What he didn't tell me is that was the place where they sent all the screw-ups, all the people that didn't want to have anything to do with the Navy, all the guys that just, the no-loads kind of, dudes that just, the guys that got in trouble a lot, and didn't want to have anything to do with the Navy.
But weren't you honor grad?
Yeah.
So that's an interesting choice, I guess.
Yeah. That he had sent me to. Yeah. But I had no clue what it was about. I just knew it was, I wasn't going to be in the hospital. Though I was attached to the Naval Hospital, I was assigned to the branch clinic, kind of a thing. So it was an interesting time. I spent about a year there. I worked in physical exams. And at the shipyard is where a lot of ships would come in. They would need minor tweaks, some of them major tweaks. We had nuclear submarines that would pull in to have certain things done. maybe some of them had to have this special coating that would go on the hull of the ship, to make them a little bit better soundproof. We had we had welders in there. They were all civilians, but the Navy took care of them, took care of the shipyard workers. So we had a dental department upstairs. We had a sick call that was run by a couple of retired Navy doctors. One of them was a retired Navy captain doctor who was a great guy, old guy, great guy, a lot of wisdom, very smart guy. I really liked him. And we had a sick bay. We had a kind of a small pharmacy and some office buildings and offices and that type of thing. And I initially worked in the physical exams where the guys would come in. We had two Navy PAs that would do these exams on these guys to make sure they were fit. They didn't have any lung disease or anything like that working in a shipyard. They were fit to go back to work. So, and they would order lab tests on them. They would get their labs drawn. And when I went in there to work, they had lab tests that had not been filed in their records for over a year. So some of these guys had outstanding lab results that had been filed away, and somebody who didn't care what they were doing just put them in a doggone file somewhere to hopefully never be seen again. But these guys relied on these lab results to make sure they were fit to go to work, and some of them had not been filed in over a year. And there were hundreds of these things that needed to be filed. So, I was gung-ho enough to do that. So I spent days, hours, nights, getting all that stuff squared away, getting it into their charts and into their records. And I got that place back online, so to speak. And I had guys that would come in, some Navy guys, some of my other corpsmen that would come in wanting to learn how to do stuff. And some guys, I would show guys how to do an EKG, how to do that. They were excited about learning how to do something. These guys were just kind of tossed out, never to be thought about again, and I took an interest in them. I just kind of showed them, hey, this is how you do certain things. And man, they loved it, Well, the next time you have an EKG, let me do it. I want to do it. And so we turned that over. And then I told the senior chief I wanted to work in sick bay and see if I could get that squared away a little bit over there, get it cleaned up a little bit. So he moved me over to sick bay. I was able to run sick bay. They moved somebody else into physical exams. And man, I got that place looking spick and span. I got it squared. I got it organized, squared away, cleaned up. Got the floors to the point where you could actually eat off. They had them. You could see your reflection in the floors. And I was really proud of that. I was really proud of what I accomplished in that sick bay. And and so much so that I called the senior chief. Senior chief, I want you to take a look and see what you think about sick bay now. And he said, "Yeah, you did an outstanding job." So I was, it was like, okay, thank you, senior chief, I appreciate you noticing the effort that I put in this, because I put some work into it, and I got it looking very good. And I don't know. After I was running that for a while, they sent me to a special clinic, a special school. It was only a 2-week school. It was called an AMIC, Acute Minor Illness Clinic course. And it was run by a couple of E5, E6 guys, Navy corpsmen. And they showed you how to do a physical exam, how to do it properly, the difference between different types of headaches. Guys would come in with headaches, cluster headaches, migraines, and how to distinguish the two, how to prescribe certain medications for certain things. And we were able to prescribe certain things if they met certain criteria. We were able to do that after finishing that course, and it was great. I loved that course. It was great. about a couple of weeks later, the senior chief came in. He talked to one guy that was in there. He said we had taken the E5 exam. And he came in, talked to this one guy before me. He says, well, unfortunately, Joe, you didn't make it. Give it another shot next time, and we'll see how things go next time. He came into me, and I kind of had a feeling he was going to say the same. He says, Bivins, it looks like you picked up E5. I said, wow, that's awesome. I had asked, by that time, the guys on the Bergall, the guys that led me to Christ, their boat had pulled into the Naval shipyard, to get some minor work done on it. So they were there. They were there with me again, after all this time. We had kind of reconnected. And they would come in a couple of days during the week before we opened up the clinic, and they would come in. We'd just have a little prayer meeting, which was great. And we had a world map on the wall in one of the offices, one of the rooms, and we would just pick out a country, just started praying for that particular country, which was really cool. We just had a great time of fellowship during that time. Scotty was there and all the other guys, and they invited me on board their ship, so I was able to go on their boat while they were in port. And they took me down to the mess hall, which was about half the size of this room here, I think. But the chow was great, man. So we got to spend a little time with that. It was great fellowship. It was a great time. And then they went back out to sea again, and that was the last I saw of them for a long time. Because I had, so after the sick bay thing, after running that for a while, I decided, it's time I want to go to sea. I want to terminate my shore duty, and I want to get on a ship. Because there had been a ship that was in the shipyard. It was called the USS Nimitz. It was an absolutely gorgeous ship. It was a new destroyer. It looked a little bit like the Arleigh Burke boats that ships that they have now that are really cool. But the Spruance was the first of its class. It was a Spruance class destroyer. So they named it the USS Spruance after Admiral Spruance. And the unique thing about it is that it had two 747 engines in it. That's what powered it. And they said they could pull one out in 45 minutes and drop another one in. So in an hour and a half, you could pull one out, drop one in, and have it hooked up. That was what I was told. Now, whether or not that was true or not, I don't know. But I was able to go on board that and talk to the corpsman. He was getting out of the Navy. He was an E4. And I had just picked up E5. Hadn't sewed it on yet, but I'd picked it up. And he says, yeah, I'm getting out. So they're going to be needing a corpsman. I said, man, I would love to get this slot here. This is a beautiful ship, man. This is really cool. It was clean. It was a brand new ship, and it was just really cool. Just very cool. And he says, well, why don't you put in for it? And I said, well, okay, I'm going to do that. I've got a friend up in the Pentagon who might be able to pull some strings. And so the old chief that I worked for on Ford Island, I had kind of stayed in touch with him, found out that he was up in the Pentagon. He was a master chief. He had picked up E9, was on his last tours, getting out. And I reconnected with him. I said, hey, Master Chief, this is Bivins here. I remember me. I worked with you at Fleet Training Group back in the day. Yeah. Yeah, I said, look, I know you. It's been a long time, and, I'm back in the Navy now as a corpsman, and this, that, and the other thing. And is there any way that you could pull a few strings to get me on a particular ship? He says, man, I don't know if I can do that or not. I said, would you please be willing to try? He said, well, let me see what I can do. He's not promised me anything. I don't know if I can get you that particular ship because you're an E5 now, and that particular billet is an E4 billet. So I don't know. You may have too much rank to get that billet. So I said, all right. So a couple of weeks later, I got back up with him, and I had orders for the USS Nimitz. I said, "Well, okay." So I didn't get the Spruance, but I got the Nimitz. Well, where is she? Well, she's in the IO right now. And this was right about the time during the Iranian hostage thing. And Nimitz was right in the thick of it. And so I got those orders, went from Portsmouth, Virginia, to the Philippines, and got on the USS Kilauea. USS Kilauea was a ammunition ship, I believe, an old ship, and we took off to catch the Nimitz in the Indian Ocean. So we were in the Subic Bay and went to the Indian Ocean. And I guess it was probably about a 2-week trip. So during that time, I was working in sick bay with the chief. So they had an E7 and two other guys. And he was in charge of the whole medical team, man. This guy was so busy, man. I'm telling you, this chief he was awesome, and he worked with me, and he treated me well. But these two other guys, I don't know. I think they would have rather been someplace else than where they were. But I was grateful to be a part of it. I said, "Chief, I'll do whatever you want me to do. I'll help you run sick bay, whatever you want. This, that, and the other thing. Just let me know what you want, and I'll do it." So he liked me so much that I got to stay right there in sick bay. They had some bunk beds, some beds, for patients. He says, "You just stay down here, just stay with us. We won't put you back in where all those other guys are." They were sleeping on cots and everything. But anyway, so we were about, so I had this one guy come in. It was about 3 days out of PI. I'll never forget this guy. And he says, "Doc, I'm having trouble peeing." And I said, "Okay, what's going on?" He says, "Well, he told me the story." And I says, "Well, we need to get a specimen here." So we got a specimen. And because I was a lab technician, I knew what to do. I knew how to work it up and what to look for under the microscope, and this guy had full blown, he was ate up with gonorrhea, So I knew he needed to have the penicillin shots and everything, So while I went into the lab part, I knocked on the door, walked into the lab. These two guys, these two other corpsmen, the place looked like somebody had let off a smoke bomb in there. Somebody had been in there smoking pot. And I says, "Guys, I don't know if I ought to be in here with you. You're not going to turn? No, I'm not going to turn you in. But guy, this is pretty potent in here, dude. I'm telling you, I may be getting a contact high just by being in here. But I need to work this slide up to see if this guy has what I think he's got." So I was able to do that, and gave this guy his shots. It was like that penicillin, that Pen VK is like Elmer's glue. It's that thick. And he had 2 syringes full of it. And I said, "You just put it in your hand, let it warm up, and in a few minutes I'll come back and we'll give you one on each side here, side of the cheek." So we got him treated, got him all. I told the chief what I had done. He said, "Okay, you did." But about a week or two out of, for some reason, that's another guy that I remember, for some reason, it's just, I remember that dude. But about a week or so out of Subic, on our way to the Indian Ocean, I just felt the ship slowing down. And I came out of sick bay, came up on the stern of the ship and was looking out, or not the stern, the bow, up near the front of the ship. And I saw an old junker. This thing was a rust bucket if I had ever seen one, but it was flying the Chinese flag, the communist Chinese flag. Come to find it was a pirate ship. Believe it or not, they still have pirates out there. And we had slowed down, and I looked on the other side, and I saw these 3 or 4 guys. They were in this little basket kind of a thing, maybe about the size of this carpet here, and they were paddling as fast as they could to our ship. They had seen the American flag, and so they knew, we need to get up with these guys. We brought them on board, and these guys started kneeling down to us and praying like they're, like Buddhists do. They were all Buddhists. They were putting money down on the deck for us, and everything. We just said, no, 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 no. What's going on? And, there was one guy that was able to speak some English. And come to find out, a little bit further out, there was kind of another boat, a little bit larger boat, full of people. I think they had something like 60 people in this thing. And it's really interesting because I had just read an article. This is around 1980. I had just finished reading an article about the Vietnamese boat people who had escaped Vietnam with their life fortune and had gotten on boats and had left the country, escaped, so to speak. And that's exactly what we had found out there. This boat, I guess it must have been maybe, 60 feet long, was dead in the water. Their water had become contaminated with the fuel. So they had pregnant women, they had children on this thing. And these guys that were in this little basket type thing had saw us, and they started paddling like crazy to meet us, to slow us down. Hey, we got women, we got children, can you help us? Of course we can, So we started bringing these people on board the ship, and the captain came on board. He came on the PA and said, everybody on the ship, I'm going to make sure that you all receive the Humanitarian Service Award for we picked these people up, and, we're going to be awarded the Humanitarian Service Award. I'll make sure of that. And I didn't even know about that. I had no clue about humanitarian service. We just took these guys on board. Come to find out that a lot of them had gold ingots sewed into their clothes, the hems of their clothes. But, we took all their clothing. They were kind of reluctant about that, but we took it and washed it all, got it, because some of those people were sick. We had one little girl who was impacted, that the chief had to go in and help her. But it was an amazing thing. We were able to feed these people for about a week before we got in, or it probably wasn't even a week. It was probably about 4 or 5 days, and we got into Singapore. And some of those people said that they had relatives in Canada. Some of them said that they had relatives in the U.S. But, we would be happy to drop them off in Singapore and let the United Nations or whoever take care of it from there. They gave us a stack of letters like this, and we got all those mailed off to the addresses they had put on there. And they were so grateful. It was just, it was one of those God things, that happened in my life, that it's one of those things I'll never forget. Because you read about it, and then here you are a couple of days later living it, living that. I mean, it's wild how things work like that. But so, we dropped them off in Singapore, and we headed back out. And, we met up with the Nimitz. I had everything that I owned, with me. So I had a parachute bag full of stuff. I had a pack and everything. I had 3 or 4 pieces of stuff. They put us on helicopters from the Kilauea and flew us out to the flight deck on the Nimitz. It was pretty cool. And the guy that met me, the corpsman that met me on the flight deck, he says, "Man, why did you bring all this stuff?" Well, they said bring everything you had, so that's why I'm bringing everything I got. So they took me down to sick bay and got me all squared away and got me all checked in, and so they I think most of the guys that I worked with, we had an OR, we had an operating room on board, so we had a corpsman that worked in there, and I worked in sick bay, and we had a medical ward we could hold up to 90 people on that sick bay, on that medical ward. I mean, it was kind of a mini hospital, pretty much. We could do everything. We had a lab, we had a pharmacy, we could do everything that needed to be done medically wise. We had a couple of surgeons on board, had several flight surgeons. And if you've never met a cocky individual, it's a Navy doctor flight surgeon, man. They are some of the cockiest dudes in the world. But anyway, they were all good to me. I didn't have any issue with them. But yeah, so I was on Nimitz, and we were just kind of sitting out there, just kind of cruising around during this Iranian hostage situation, trying to figure out what was going to happen. Little did I know that they had been planning for this rescue attempt months before. I had read everything I could get my hands on about that mission. So I had when I got on board, they had just finished, I don't know, 3 or 4 months prior to them getting underway, had just finished the movie, The Final Countdown.
Okay.
Yeah, and that was filmed on Nimitz.
That's what I was thinking of, because there's also Flight of the Intruder movie,
yeah.
But I also loved The Final Countdown, so I was getting those two mixed up.
Yeah. So it's some kind of science fiction, where Nimitz gets caught in a wormhole and they go back to Pearl Harbor. It's just kind of but they had a pretty good cast. Kirk Douglas was a captain, and just some pretty high class actors back during that time. And a lot of those guys that were in that movie were actual real. A lot of it was filmed down in sick bay, and I knew a lot of those guys. And unfortunately, I wasn't a part of it. I had missed that by a couple of months. But they had the world premiere of that movie on Nimitz.
Oh.
Instead of in a big Hollywood theater somewhere, it was on Nimitz, which was really cool. So we got to see that, and we were all psyched up about it. So the cool part about that movie is, of course, the airplanes. The aircraft scenes and stuff like that, which is pretty cool stuff. Like you see in Top Gun, the main actor of the movie are the pilots in the aircraft. The aerial scenes. But anyway. So after floating around in the IO for a while, we got this crew on board. They came down to our medical ward, and I just I was on watch that night. I was on duty in the ward, and these guys came on board. They had their parachute bags. I remember one guy said Fort Bragg on it, so they had these weird uniforms on. They didn't have any rank or any names or anything like that on them, but they came on board, and we had partitioned part of the ward off for them, and because we knew they were coming over, we just didn't know when. And our whatever 1 or 2 patients we had on, we had them on the other side. So we got them on board. They had their gear. They put their gear away, and we didn't see much of them for a while. In the meantime, we had this one helicopter squadron on board that had been, and I knew their corpsman. He was a pretty good guy. And his squadron was a helicopter squadron, and the types of helicopters, the Navy called them sea stallions, and their basic job was for laying mines and mine sweeping. They were huge. They were the biggest helicopter in Navy inventory, maybe even in Air Force inventory as well. I think Air Force has some of them. I don't even know if they're still around or not, but they were, for a helicopter, they were huge. They were huge. And so when those guys got on board, at that point, we could not have any outgoing mail. We could get mail, but we couldn't send any mail out as long as those guys were on board and until everything had gone down. In the meantime, they started gutting these sea stallions. took everything out of those things. It was just totally gutted them out, painted them this kind of a desert sand color, had repainted them. And basically they were a flying gas bag. It's basically what they had put some inflatable gas tanks in there. So in our hangar bay, we had all of our aircraft on one side and all of those helicopters on the other side. And they had this huge firewall in the hangar bay that separated the two halves. So the helicopters being painted and being gutted were on one side. And then one evening they had this medical alert that went off. And I was on the medical response team, and because I had an EMT, I was an EMT as well. And they said it was up on the hangar bay, in such and such an area. So me and a couple of guys ran up there, and this guy had fallen and broken his ankle. That was on one of those work details, getting those helicopters squared away, getting them gutted and painted and everything. So he put this guy in an air splint, put him, brought him down to sick bay and got him taken care of. Later they had, we were just working, it was evening one night, and we were all in sick bay just kind of shooting the breeze, and these guys that were on that team, we didn't know what they were about. We didn't know what they were doing. They came in and said, well, what do you guys think we're here for? And I said, dude, I have no clue what you're here for. They didn't say why they were there. And they just wanted to know if there was any scuttlebutt going around, about why they were there. I said, man, I don't know. I have no clue, And even if I did, I probably wouldn't have said anything. But or would have played dumb, but I didn't know. And then a day or two later, man, these guys were getting on helicopters and heading out. And I think it was a couple hours later. I mean, from what I understand about this thing is that, so these guys were flying, feet off the ground, off the surface of the ocean. They were just below radar. Feet off the ground, and it's hard to control an aircraft that, from that, it's a lot easier at a higher elevation than it is right on the deck, but these guys were wearing night vision, and this one particular crew got disoriented, and he just got all messed up and had to come back. That's the story that I got. But he came back to they sent him down to the ward, and this guy was so distraught. He was the pilot of the helicopter, and he was so distraught. I thought, man, we're going to, we tried everything, hey, do you need it? Can we get you anything? What do you need? And he had his head in his hand, just tore up. And he was just messed up because he wasn't able to finish it, is what it was, But I felt so sorry for this guy. I'll never forget it. I don't know who he was. I just remember being there. I don't know. I suspect he probably didn't stay on the ship long. They probably medevaced him somewhere, but he was just messed up. Hours later, we had, the captain came over, PA, and told us what had happened. There had been a big accident, a crash. A lot of people were killed, and this, that, and the other thing. Some of those guys that were on our medical ward weren't coming back, So I'm glad it was, I didn't get to. It would have been cool to get to know him, but I guess in a way we didn't get to know him. But
So had that, what you're talking about is Desert One. Had that already happened by the time that pilot got back? Is that why he was distraught?
I think so. I think he was upset because he couldn't get there. That's
to try to help them. Try to help them, or just to try to get to get there in
just
general?
To get there and
because
be a part of it.
He knew what the job was. Okay.
The story I got is that he just got disoriented. I don't know. That's the story I got. He
Sure.
just couldn't make it all the way to Desert One, and had to turn around and come back.
Yeah.
That's the story I got.
Might have saved his life.
Could have. Yeah. I mean, yeah, I'm sure you've seen those sea stallions. They're huge,
Mhm.
you know. But yeah. So, the captain was, and it was like somebody had punched the entire crew in the guts. I mean, it was just like they had taken the wind out of our sails. And once we found out about that, we had been out at sea underway without pulling into port longer than any ship since World War II. We were so much so that the Navy, I think it finally came to over 120 days. I may be wrong about that, but it was certainly over 100. So much so that the Navy flew out beer to us, and they had never done that in the history of the Navy. They air evac just crates of beer, and I had never heard of this beer. It was some kind of off the wall brand, but guys didn't care because beer was going for $50 a can. Some guys were selling beer for $50 a can and getting it.
Dang.
And 24 hours later, we were getting guys in sick bay that were just drunk as they could be, because we had been underway without seeing a blade of grass for 120 something days, But yeah, so that was an interesting time. So finally, we were on our way back. Well, before we came back, I gotta mention this about. They certainly had church services on board Nimitz, and I attended a couple of times. Sunday services. And of a crew of about 5,000, you may get 8 to 10 guys to show up. That's it. At least when I was there, the times that I went. I'll never forget this, sunrise services. This had to be in April of 1980. I guess it was around 6:30. The sun was rising, and it was already 90 degrees. You don't know what temperature it is. When you're down in sick bay, you're in the middle part of the ship. It's air conditioned, nice, and you kind of feel sorry for the flight deck crew because they got to be out there all day. That stuff. And but we were out there before flight ops. They always have one aircraft ready to be catted off in case of emergency. She's on Cat 4, I think, is typically where they have her. They have a crew ready. She was the only aircraft on the flight deck, if I remember. They had sunrise services for us, and there were probably 15 of us. A couple of docs were out there, and the sun was coming up. And I thought to myself, if the rapture is going to happen, it's going to happen right now, And it was just, it was one of those times that's just, it was a God thing, one of those things I'll never forget.
What made you think that?
Just the way the sun was coming up.
Okay.
The sunrise and just the atmosphere and where we were. Yeah.
Just kind of a general feeling.
Just a general feeling, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And so it was, we just shook hands and, did the Christian brother thing, and it was done and over with, and we went back down and things. I think for Easter, I don't know if we had. I mean, they flew 7 days a week, 24/7. It didn't matter, night, whatever. But I don't know. I don't know if they had continued to have flight outs that day or not. But it came time for us to rotate out, and the USS Eisenhower relieved us. And before she officially took over, there was a little competition between the two ships, between us and Eisenhower. And if you won, your ship received the Battle E Award. It was the ship got it painted on there on the island, and you got to wear a ribbon, that had a Battle E, which is kind of a big deal. So it's between us, and they had a series of different tests. You had to run drills and this type of thing, So it was kind of it was basically, if I remember, an all-day thing, and you were being evaluated on everything. Readiness, combat ready, how are the crews, this, that, and the other thing, and we missed it winning that by like a point or two, So the Eisenhower got the Battle E, we didn't. When she came on board, she looked like she had rolled right off the parking lot, man. She was nice and pretty and shiny and gray and not a bit of rust. We, on the other hand, looked like a dog rust bucket, man. Our flight deck had, the non-skid on that flight deck was totally worn off. I mean, it was totally worn off. We had to go in the shipyard and get it resurfaced when we got back to the States. But totally worn off, man. It was down to the bare steel on that thing.
Did that contribute to, because somewhere in there you guys lost an F-14, right?
Yeah.
Did that contribute to that, you think?
I don't think so. That was different, So that's coming up. So on our way back, after we've been relieved, we went around South Africa, we took it was a great cruise, great coming back. We just, everybody was excited. Everybody was, great to be going home. And then one of the Tomcats, we were having our routine flight ops, and as she was being catted off, she had a flame out on one of her engines. And so when that happened, she kind of tilted, 90 degrees. And by the time the pilot figured out what was going on, he punched out. And when he did, he punched them both out into the ocean. So they punched out into the ocean. The aircraft fell on them, and then the ship went right over them. I don't think they were ever recovered, as far as I know.
Wow.
So we lost that. We lost that crew, which even made things even worse after, the Eagle Claw incident. And then that happened. And we were just ready to get home, man, and see family and everything. And so they had all these different kinds of things to get our mind. They had a drawing for a brand new Mustang, convertible, and some guy won it, and it was a red convertible, and it was waiting there on the dock, when we pulled in for him. And I'll tell you a little bit about that here in a minute. But so they told us that the president was going to fly out to meet us before we came into port, and he did. President Carter flew out, and Secret Service is, it's amazing what those guys do. They came down, 24, 48 hours before he arrived, came down to the medical department, and they knew that I was a medical laboratory technician. I don't know if they went through my file or what, but they knew that I was a registered lab tech, and we had a lab. We had 2 lab techs that worked in the lab, and they said, if President Carter gets shot and we have to bring him down to sick bay, and if this lab technician dies of a heart attack and the president needs a blood transfusion, Bivins, you're the one that's going to be doing the cross-matching for the president. I said, all right, okay. I think I still remember how to do that. But yeah, so, just the detail those guys went over, all these different scenarios, if he gets hurt here, we'll take him to the sick bay up on the island, and then we'll transfer him down here, or just crazy how much stuff they went over with us. Thank goodness that didn't happen, but he took time to shake, I was able to shake his hand, which is cool. It was just kind of everybody wanted to, shake his hand, But yeah, he was, I think at that time he was on, I don't know if the elections had happened already, but I don't think I think he knew the handwriting was on the wall and he wasn't going to be reelected because of what had happened. Um, uh, I don't know the full story behind that, but um, anyway, when we pulled into port, there were 100,000 people there to meet us. Um, you know, and the guy who won the car wrapped it around a telephone pole. I don't think he was killed, but it was totaled. I mean, within 24 hours after getting it, he had demolished it. And so that was the end of, well, there's one other event that I need to kind of backtrack. While we were on our way back, for those who were not shellbacks, had the opportunity to become a shellback, which, from what I understand about tradition, is that it goes back to Viking days. And what the Navy does is that they actually literally hoist up the Jolly Roger, the skull and crossbones. They stop the ship at a certain place on the equator, and then you go through this ceremony. It's I don't know, it's about 8 hours. So you have these two different classes. You have a shellback, which is you're a mighty shellback, and a pollywog. You're just the scum of the earth kind of a thing. And what we had for breakfast, you have to crawl around on your hands and knees throughout that entire ship, and crawling up ladders and this, that, and the other thing. And you had to wear, everything was inside out. Your dungarees were inside out and backwards. You had your underwear over your dungarees inside out and backwards. And you were crawling around on your hands and knees. And you had a tail. You had a long tail, And for breakfast, you had green eggs. And so we crawled up to the hangar bay, and they had certain things that we had to do, certain different ordeals we had to do. Then we finally made it up to the main flight deck, where they had this chute, this long tube that you could crawl through, that they had been saving food garbage for about a week. And they had it all scattered throughout this tube, and they had it on the flight deck. And then at the end of that, they had this makeshift pool that they had put in. Somewhere along the lines, they had this guy, the fattest guy on the ship, called the Tooth Fairy. And it just so happened that the Tooth Fairy for our ship was the dentist. He was an officer, a commander, I think, light colonel. And he didn't have a shirt on, and he had greased his stomach with this aviation grease. And he had a wand in his hand, and he had on this garb that he had on. All the shellbacks had certain kind of pirate, patches on their eye and pirate hats and this, that, and the other thing. And so we had to say the password in order to make it past the Tooth Fairy. I can't remember what it was, but what he did, I would never forget this. He grabbed the back of my head and buried my face into his stomach to where that grease was, and it caused an airtight suction. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't move. And then he let me go. He says, "All right, you can get out of here." So I crawled away. I said, "Man, that was weird." It was weird. So then we had to crawl through the chute, the food chute, that they had been stored up. So we crawled through that, and then at the very last, we had to go through this line where guys would use this hose, this water hose, the flight deck water hose that they use for this particular shellback initiation. And they had guys on either side of us as we were crawling, hitting us with this fire hose, and then at the very end, they had this pool that we could dive in and get all this mess off of us. And then I may have a picture or two of that, but at the stern of the ship, the very end of the back of the ship, everybody who had clothes on that day took them off and threw them on the back of the ship. They just threw them overside. They were worthless by the time because they had holes, axle grease, just blood. Guys' hands were just ate up. And I think I can't remember. I think I had had put some T-shirts on my knees or something because after crawling around on that flight deck and all over that ship for hours, your knees got tore up. So when we went through that initiation, we had one corpsman in our department who didn't do it. He says, I'm not going to do that. I'm just not going to do it. And nobody talked to him until we got into port. He was ostracized big time. Nobody just had anything to do with him. And, but it was something that you only have to do once. And the Navy makes such a big deal about it that it goes in your service record.
Really?
If you were a shellback at such and such a latitude, longitude on such and such a date. And I got a card with that. I think I have it in my wallet. I've got a card, and then I got a big plaque that I have in my office that said, King Rex of the, that is a very elaborate, ornate thing, ordains Hospital Corpsman Second Class Bivins as a bona fide, something to this effect, shellback, a trusty shellback. And it's a big deal. And it's part of Navy tradition. I don't know if they do that now with all the stuff. This happened back in 1980, and it used to be a lot worse than that. They used to throw guys over the side.
Well,
But anyway, so I got my plaque, got my card, and got it into my service record, and I'm a trusty shellback. They got a even more elaborate one called the Golden Dragon shellback. I think is when you hit 0, 0. Everything is 0 on latitude, longitude. I think, if I remember correctly, I can't remember, but it's a real, very even more ornate. It's all in gold, kind of a thing, But yeah, so we made it into port. People got to spend time with their families. It was coming time for my enlistment to come up. I got dogged by the recruiter. I don't know. I saw him every day for about a week. Bivins, you need to re-enlist, and this, that, and the other thing. And I said, well, I need to think about it. I think I want to do something else, Then the captain wanted to go ahead and go back out to sea. He wanted to go on this North Atlantic exercise, So Nimitz headed back out to sea after being in port for about a month or two. This is around November, I think. Maybe a little bit before then, September, October, right around there. And so we went back out to sea, did this North Atlantic cruise with a couple other nations, and which is where we became blue noses. We hit such and such a latitude in the North Atlantic. Typically, how they do that on ships is that you go out on the main deck in your underwear. This is how they used to do it. I don't know how they do it now. And they would hose you down in winter, and you stayed out there. You stayed out there until they said not to. So they told you, and then you became that's how they got the blue nose thing.
Oh, gotcha.
So they didn't do that with us. The captain just came over the PA and said, I want to let you all know that everyone on board is now a blue nose. So again, we got the big plaque, we got the card, we got to enter our service jacket and everything. It's a big deal, but we didn't have to go through the initiation part of it, which would have been pretty hairy, I think, because it was in wintertime in the North Atlantic. And we were hitting seas 80 foot swells.
Oh, wow.
Our flight deck was from the top of the flight deck down to the water is 80 feet. And we had waves crashing over our flight deck.
Was that scary?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, you've heard the term climbing the walls.
Mm-hmm.
It had to be that had to be a Navy thing.
Okay.
Because we were literally, even on that ship, we were. I mean, it was big time listening. Even on that, I can't imagine what. I don't even know if we had any escort ships. I think we probably sent them back. Told them to get out of the storm or whatever. Go somewhere else. Don't follow us. But yeah, we actually had lost a Tomcat. It was chained down up on the flight deck, and waves had crashed over and just took that thing with it. Took a Tomcat off and took it out to sea. And but we didn't lose anybody, as far as I know. We pulled into a couple of ports. We pulled into, I can't remember which one we pulled into first. I think we pulled into Portsmouth, England. A lot of those countries over there were very leery about having a nuke, in their port. So we didn't pull into a port. We anchored outside, and we had a Liberty boat that would take us back and forth. So if you had Liberty, and wanted to go see England, well, they had a boat that would come out, pick you up. If you had Liberty, you got a Liberty pass. So you were authorized to go on Liberty. And so I did that. We went, I had a lot of the English isn't really known for their cuisine, but I had the steak and kidney bean pie, I had to try that, and the fish and chips, I had to try that. But they were very good. They were very cool to us, the Brits. The Brits were, we had some of their people that was selling nice sweaters, these really nice thick sweaters, that we had them come on board and they could sell their wares on the ship. And it was a good time. Brits were good. They told us when you go into a bar, you never flip the mug upside down because that's very disrespectful to the Queen. Now, I don't know if that's true or not. That's just they told us not to do that. And I suspect a couple of guys probably did that and got their heads knocked in too, but that's what I was told. But you just don't do that. After England, after Portsmouth, they got a really beautiful three-master in Portsmouth. Used to know the name of that ship, but it's a gorgeous ship. You can see it online. I can't remember what the name of it is. I used to know, but it's one of their 1700, ships. It was a beautiful ship, man. I mean, it was like, I think it had 4 gun decks on it. This thing was loaded, man. I mean, it was a big time ship, gorgeous. And they kept that thing looking spotless, man. It was a beautiful ship. So while in Portsmouth, a couple of us took a trip to France. So we took a bus tour and we took a ferry from can't remember where it was from, but we took a ferry and went over to Le Havre, France. And come to find out, that's where my dad had landed when he went into Europe, Le Havre. And he told me a story about that. He said, when I got to Le Havre, there had been, this is in World War II, he was telling me a story. He said, when I got to Le Havre, there had been a big train wreck, and they had bodies of GIs that were stacked up like cordwood, on the side. He said he couldn't believe how many guys were killed in that train wreck. But that was something, one of the few stories that he told me about. But that stayed with him. But yeah, so we went to Le Havre and went to Paris and, bought a few things. I wasn't too impressed, but it was, I went. I was, check that box kind of a thing.
Sure.
Came back to the ship, and then we went out to Germany. We went to, I can't remember whereabouts in Germany, but of course the Germans didn't want us pulling in because we were a nuke. Take a boat in, if you want to come in. So I'll never forget the captain coming over to PA. He said, "No, look, guys, I want you to be careful. I know you're going to do it, but I want you to stay away from the apple schnapps. Stay away from that stuff because it'll just tear you up, man. Guys, I'm just telling you, do yourself a favor. Don't get into trouble and stay away from the apple schnapps. That was probably the worst thing he could have said, though. He's being a captain, he's trying to take care of his crew. And I had the 12 o'clock watch. In that particular night, I got 2 guys in who had been in a fight, and I could smell them before they even got to sick bay. It smelled like an apple orchard. These guys were just reeking of apple schnapps, man, both these guys. They had somebody had busted a bottle over their head, but they had their head split open. And these guys came in back to back almost. I sewed one guy up, put him back on the ward. I wanted to make sure that he wouldn't go into a coma, so I had to check on him about every 15 minutes, And then within an hour or so, this other guy came on board. Same ordeal, had his head bashed in, been drinking apple schnapps, drunker than a skunk. Had to sew him up, put him back on the ward, so I had 2 of these guys.
Were they bleeding a lot because they were drunk?
Bleeding a lot, yeah, bleeding a lot. I mean, they had some pretty nasty head wounds, Normally, something like that, you would have to get an X-ray on them to make sure, they didn't have a skull fracture or something, I don't think we did that. Maybe they did later on. I don't know. But I made sure they were alive. They didn't die on me, that's for sure. They were drunk when they woke up, but they were and hung over. But they probably wish they were dead, after going through that ordeal. But it was really interesting. Germany was really interesting because they knew we were coming in, and these kids would come up to us wanting our autographs. I felt like Elvis Presley or something. These kids go, "Oh, can I have your autograph?" And you had to be, I wanted to make sure I wasn't signing, something that I shouldn't be signing. It was just a piece of paper. They just wanted your autograph. And it's pretty cool. We befriended a couple of German medics. Which is interesting. We had a guy that injured his eye. I mean, it was a severe injury. He was a Navy guy, and I had to escort him to a German eye doctor. I mean, this guy had a severe eye injury. I don't know if he lost his vision or not, but it was severe enough to where we couldn't handle him on the ship. We had to send him to a German eye doctor, and he looked him over, and he came back out with this big patch and all this kind of stuff. I don't know what ever happened to him, but nevertheless, we took care of him. Anything else interesting on that particular cruise? No, I can't. That was about it. That was the last cruise I made on any Navy ship, and we came back in around November, and I transitioned out, got out.
Okay.
And yeah,
that's probably a good point to take a break.
Okay.
It's just from kind of knowing your bio a little bit. It sounds like we're going to get into kind of the rest of your life. There's another stint in the Navy in there.
Yeah.
But it sounds like there's a couple marriages too. That there's some kind of tough stuff to dig into. So yeah, let's take a break real quick. Sure. And we'll jump back in there.
Okay. All right. Awesome.
All right. Let me talk to the locals just for a second. And by locals, I mean in and around Moore County, North Carolina, or I guess anyone who's going to be traveling here at some point. So Chris Losciavo, you might be familiar with him from episode 5 if you listen to his story. If not, Chris retired from the Army and opened a barbecue food truck. It's called Blue Suede Barbecue. And in my opinion, he is knocking it out of the park. Right? I'm pretty particular about barbecue. And like I said, my opinion, it's the best stuff around. And I'm not just saying that because he's a friend. But Chris's whole thing with Blue Suede is to be the hands and feet of Jesus in the community by being a positive difference maker. And that means something. This is, by the way, not a paid advertisement by any means. I'm just sincerely trying to drive you to something that I think you'll enjoy. And it's a business that just happens to be owned by a friend. So if you're in the area, look up bluesuedebarbecue.com. You can find the schedule of where the truck's going to be and drop by. If you listen to Chris's episode and it had an impact on you, you can probably find him there. And he would love to hear how his story made a difference in your life. Either way, again, if you just like good chow, check out Blue Suede Barbecue. You really can't go wrong. Their 901 sauce is constantly winning awards, and it just got picked up for international distribution after the International Barbecue Competition in Paris just a couple weeks ago. So again, you really can't go wrong. Check them out if you're in the area. Let them know we sent you. All right, let's get back to it. All right, man.
Yeah.
So we're back from the break.
Yeah.
I think you'd mentioned offline that there was one more thing you wanted to dig into before your transition out. But before we do that,
yeah,
and I hope it's not distracting to you, taking notes here.
No.
But way back when you were talking about when you got saved,
yeah,
you mentioned that people always ask you, what was it like? That kind of looking for that sort of I think you call it the burning bush sort of moment. I think that's a pretty important thing to highlight, because a lot of people, they're expecting that, they're looking for that, and it's not always, in my opinion, like, obviously, what do I know? But I don't think it's always like a heart posture issue, but sometimes it is, which is kind of why I wanted to highlight it. So sometimes when people are asking that, it's coming from a place of, it's like transactional, like, oh, so what did you get out of it? You know what I mean? Like, you got saved, you surrendered. What did you get out of it?
Yeah.
Was it immediate? And I don't know. It's just a thing, I guess I wanted to kind of mention, because if you have that question, it's obviously it's okay to have that question, but I think it's important to ask yourself why. Like, are you looking at faith as a transactional thing, or is it just a thing where you're curious? Like, sometimes people do have these crazy experiences, and it's just cool to hear, because you get excited for them. It's cool to hear how God was moving. But like I said, sometimes it really is just like you're coming into it from the beginning just with the wrong heart posture, and you're looking for what you're going to get out of it.
Yeah.
And honestly, if I had to guess, again, what do I know? But if I had to guess, I would say that that's probably one of the many reasons that it doesn't always happen.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But also, and I'm sure you notice this because it's your story, but something did change. So you went through your first A school and washed out pretty early on, because it was a long school, right?
Yeah.
And then you went to your next one, and it was, you said you did okay.
Yeah.
And then you got saved, and you went to your third A school, and you're an honor grad.
Mm-hmm.
Do you see what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, the change there.
Yeah.
There was a change there directly before that. So outside looking in, I would just say that is just indicative of kind of coming around to the right path. Say, okay, now you're with me. Okay, now let's move through this thing. Does that make sense? What I'm saying?
Yeah, for sure. Sure. And when I got saved, I didn't know what it was all about. I didn't know about this stuff about surrendering everything. I just knew that I wasn't saved, and I needed a savior, and Jesus was my savior. It was the savior, and I didn't have that at the time, and I didn't know a whole lot about the Holy Spirit, or receiving the Holy Spirit. It was just, after reading that tract, I just knew that I wasn't as good as I thought I was, and that sin had separated me from God, and I didn't want that anymore. I didn't want to be separated from God. I didn't want, and I wouldn't wish that on my worst enemy. I wouldn't wish somebody to be eternally separated from God. Are you kidding me? That is the worst thing that could possibly ever happen to a human being, is to be eternally separated from God. Man, I wouldn't wish that on anyone, enemy or not.
Yeah, and it's sad when you see folks doing it to themselves, like when you were mentioning when you would go around with the navigators, and some people would get angry with you.
Yeah.
And a lot of times, sometimes it's like, I think it's called the Dunning-Kruger effect, where it's like literally the dumbest person in the room is too dumb to know. They think they're smart. They think they're the smartest.
Yeah.
Because they're too dumb to know.
Yeah.
So sometimes it's that, but I think a lot of times it's also, it's fear, because if you're right, there's a whole lot wrong with me.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like there's a whole lot that I have to address.
Yeah.
And I don't want to address it.
Yeah.
So it comes out in anger.
Yeah.
You know what
Yeah.
I mean?
Yeah.
And it's sad to see that because it, just like you're saying, like you are separating yourself from the one thing that matters.
Yeah.
And it doesn't get, it only gets worse.
Worse. Yeah. And believe me, I don't have it all figured out yet, you know, and I never will this side of eternity, but I know who my Savior is, and I know who saved me. And for that, I'm grateful, you know. And the other thing, you know, if you think you're the smartest guy in the room, you're probably in the wrong room.
Yes.
I remember that little one-liner too, man.
That's absolutely right.
Because I've been cocky enough to be thinking that I was that guy, you know, and I've had the Lord's cut me down a notch or two, you know. He disciplines those he loves,
Mm-hmm.
you know. So bring it on, Lord. Yeah.
Also, just kind of took note of the fact that after you were saved, you went through your next day school, honor grad,
Yeah.
and then it's kind of right away. It looked like God started using you because He put you in these positions. Like you had previously been rated as a yeoman.
Yeah.
Which is exactly what you go to the physical exams sort of department, whatever.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it's a mess.
Yeah.
They need a yeoman.
Yeah.
But they don't have one. They've got a corpsman.
Yeah.
Who is also a yeoman.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah,
like
yeah,
right
yeah.
away.
I never thought about that, but you're right. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. Yeah.
It's very cool. It's very cool. Man.
It is. Now that you mention it, yeah. I never thought about that though, but yeah.
Okay, so sorry for the sidetrack.
No, I appreciate it. Yeah, there was one or two things. So let me go back to the Vietnam days, if I were, because this is after I had transitioned out and was in Hawaii. Tommy, the guy that I went to Vietnam with, sent me a letter, and he said, "I've got some bad news." So we had an NCO club, or we called it an AC Doocy club on our base. It was a place where you get a beer, get a drink or two, you know, or something like that, you know, just go back and unwind, you know. And Tommy says that place had gotten wiped out pretty much, had gotten mortared after I left. So he said some guys were killed in there and this, that, and the other thing, you know. So I never found out from anybody else other than Tommy, who had wrote me that letter. And I don't know if I knew anybody, but that was interesting because I was there because that was the only form of entertainment. You know, we had a library. We had a small library where you could go and read a book or whatever, you know, but that was it. No movies, you know, and we had maybe, you know, we had a radio station, you know, up on the hill, up above us, you know, that, you know, played rock music or any kind of music you want, country, whatever, you know, you could have a radio and tune into that. I think even a guy had a TV that could play some old movies, I think, but you had to have a TV and I didn't, you know, but you were lucky if you got the channel too. So, but anyway, yeah, I wish I would have kept that letter, but I didn't, you know. It was just one of those things that, you know, I always feel like I was always one step ahead of the stuff hitting the fan, you know, and this was, I think, a way of God keeping me out of the big stuff. You know, we had, while I was there, I was in the library and had just purchased a brand new reel-to-reel tape deck, and I was taping some music. And I had headsets on, and this guy came up. The guy that was on duty that night came up to me, and he was about the color of that white table there. And he said, "Take your headphones." And I took them off, and when I took them off, I heard sirens going off, people getting, weapons being fired. Sorry. And all kinds of stuff, commotion going on, you know, people yelling and screaming and everything. And he says, "We're under attack. There's a sapper attack going on, you know." So I didn't have a GQ station. I didn't know where to go. So I ran to the nearest we had these shipping containers, that had sandbags all around them and on top of them and everything. So I went in there, and the thing was crowded. It was just jam-packed, and if anybody got through and threw a C4 satchel in there, it'd kill everybody in there. So I got out of there. I said, man, I'm not staying here. I'm going to get a weapon. I may get shot, but I'm taking somebody with me. I'm going somewhere I'm going to get a weapon. I'm having something in my hand. So I ran back to where my office was, and I could not believe that there was a guy behind a desk taking down serial numbers for the weapons that were going out. And the senior chief saw that. He said, dude, just give him the doggone weapon and a strap of ammo and get him out of here. And I didn't know where to go. So I had a weapon. I had a strap of ammo with me. And I just ran to the nearest perimeter pillbox. I wasn't supposed to be there. And I think about that every now and then. I ran up on those guys. They could have just shot me dead. I said, hey, look, don't shoot me. Don't shoot me. I'm coming up here. I don't have anywhere to go. So all this commotion was going on. And then it ended about as quickly as it started. And that was the end of it. And I never found out about what happened. I don't know I know that probably a lot of farmers were upset because we probably killed a lot of their animals and stuff. But that was a pretty interesting experience, man. I tell you, I don't know if anybody got hurt. I don't know. But it's just one of those things that happened that I just remembered about Vietnam. It wasn't a big, compared to a lot of other guys that went through a lot of stuff over there. This is totally minor, but it was something that kind of shook me up at the time, and I think about it every now and again. But it's a lot. Most people had it a lot worse than I did. But
it's any experience like that. One of, I guess you call it the silver lining, if you want to look at it glass half full. You learn about yourself.
Yeah.
You learn a lot that you couldn't learn otherwise. Kind of like SEER school. I don't know if it was definitely like that for me. You just don't know until you're in the situation how you're going to react.
Yeah. You're right. And that's the thing I take away from it. I don't know if I'd do it again. I don't know. Things have changed, but I just knew that I wasn't going to be in there with that crowd of guys who could get wiped out. And I was going to have something to defend myself.
Mm-hmm.
I wasn't just going to go in there with my hands,
It's a very good thing to know about yourself because now you know that when you go on autopilot, you react, because there's fight, flight, or freeze, right?
Yeah.
You know which one you do, you fight.
Yeah.
And it's good to know about yourself because it can help you in the future it's good to know that about yourself, but also it helps inform your decisions in the future. Like, do I want to be in this situation? What would happen? Well, I think I'd be all right because I'm a fight. I'm not a flight or a freeze.
Yeah.
I don't know if that makes sense.
Yeah, it does make sense. And and something like that, it had never happened before. It had never happened. Something like that had never happened before. And so I was kind of, I don't know, glad that it happened, but you're right. It kind of, wow, I really have this in me. I really have this in me to be willing to fight. Wow, okay, I never would have experienced that anywhere else, I don't think.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. But the other thing, this one injury that kind of sticks out and I think about this guy from time to time. So it was on that same, I don't know, 10 to 7 watch, I guess. I can't remember what it was, working nights. Let's put it that way. It was working nights. And so I was the only guy in sick bay. Everybody else is tapped out. And so we had this guy came in. These two guys came in. One guy was holding this other guy's hand. And this guy was in absolute agony, man. I looked at this guy's hand, and it looked like he had stuck his hand in a doggone meat grinder. I says, now what happened? This guy he was in agony, this guy. One of the hatches had fallen on this guy. And if you've ever seen a Navy hatch on a ship, the thing had fallen and almost all I saw were bones and tendons and ligaments, and everything was exposed, and his hand was just totally deformed. I said, dude, I've got to call the doc on call. This is way out of my league. I don't know if there's we're going to have to medevac this guy off. There's nothing we can do here. This is hands. I didn't go into detail like this with the guy. I just, hands are, take a special doctor to mess with, because there's so many different moving parts. So I called the doc. The doc on call that particular night happened to be the department head, who was an eye doctor. This guy had glasses that were 2 inches thick. And if he could see, I don't know, he was a civilian one day and they made him a Navy captain, one of these kind of instant wonder kind of guys. He sold his practice, came in the Navy, and so they made him a captain. And, he was on call. I woke him up. I said, Doc, there's a guy down here, a hatch had fallen on this guy's hand. He got his hand caught in a hatch, and somebody shut it on him, and four of his fingers are almost decapitated. I need to come up here and look at this guy. So he came on up. He says, well, get the lidocaine out. Let's start getting this guy up. And we shot this guy up with so much lidocaine, and it wasn't having any effect on him. So he said, well, look at the expiration date. We looked, and it had been expired. Captain was furious. He said, who is the corpsman in charge of sick bay? And I said, well, it's so-and-so. Go down to his rack and get his butt up here right now. So I had to go get him and woke him up, and he was shaking in his boots, man. So he had to we wound up medevacing the guy off the plane, because off the ship, we couldn't do anything for the guy, but I'll never forget this guy. And I don't know if they had to kick him out of the Navy because of his hand or what, but it was one of the worst injuries I've ever seen on a human being in my life, and I've seen my share. But the guy in charge of sick bay, he was inventorying every medication in sick bay to make sure it was in stock. That was his punishment. And I'm surprised the captain didn't bust him. Yeah, that guy. But yeah, so that was an honorable mention that needed to be mentioned, because I'll never forget that guy. But yeah.
So you separated from the Navy for a second time.
Yeah.
And then you went to college.
Yeah.
Where in there did you meet your first wife? Is that shortly after this?
I met her where I worked at First Health. I'd gone to got my RN degree, was working in a neurosurgical ICU at Moore Regional, and she happened to work there one time, and or was working there and someplace else, but we met. She was going with somebody else at the time. She had 4 kids, 3 of which were living at home, and brilliant. Her dad was a retired Army full bird colonel doctor who had retired and was working with the World Health Organization. And Ann was a straight A student, 4.0 student, throughout school. Brilliant gal. Her dad took Ann and her younger sister to Vietnam, of all places, as a World Health doctor. I don't know if he was giving shots or immunizing people over there or what. But Ann told me this. Ann told me that, and I think she was probably over there right about the same time I was there.
So it was during the war.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
wow.
Yeah. That's what she told me. I never checked
Sure.
to verify that. Yeah, but she was adamant about it. But yeah. So I met her at the hospital working there, and one thing, look, when it comes to relationships, I did everything God said not to do. Don't do that. Don't do that. Because if you do that, but I did it, and I kind of just, lost track of of what was going on, but so um, after working in the ICU unit for about 4 years, Desert Storm was going on, and I said, well, my whole idea about I was hoping to go back in the Navy, into the Navy as an RN, as an officer at some point, and let the Navy pay for my last 2 years of schooling. And that was my plan. So I went back in the Navy under this special program that they had going on during Desert Storm, that if you were a prior Navy corpsman, and at the time I had a 2-year RN degree, the interesting thing is you take the same boards for a 4-year as you do for a 2-year. They're exactly the same. It's just that a 4-year degree person has maybe a foreign language or maybe a couple of business courses, and that's it. The core courses are the same, and the license are the same. So I graduated, got my RN in '86, and worked for a few years. Then in around 1990, Desert Storm started getting cranked up, and I remember Colin Powell said, we're expecting 100,000 casualties due to weapons of mass destruction. The Navy came out and said, we need every medical person we can get our hands on. If you are a prior Navy corpsman and had a 2-year RN degree, we'll bring you in as a warrant officer. And at the time, I had a package in for the Air Force to be a flight nurse in the Air Force, but they were dragging their feet on it. And I was waiting, because the Air Force took 2-year RNs at the time and made them and commissioned them as butter bars, second lieutenants, I guess, yeah. And so I'd put a package in, took a physical down in Charleston, and they were dragging their feet. But in the meantime, the Navy came with this other program, and I said, "Man, that is awesome! What a great opportunity! I'm going to sign the papers for the Navy, and they're dragging their feet in the Air Force, that's on them." So the Navy Nurse Corps officer came down to my parents' home in Pinehurst, and we had a little kind of get together, and we signed the paperwork, and I was just waiting for a slot to open up, and I think a little bit after, I waited for a couple of months, I think, and then I got my orders for Newport, Rhode Island, OCS, not OCS, Officer and Doc School, OIS, Officer and Doc School. Officer and Doc School is a school for Navy doctors, nurses, dentists, lawyers, that type of thing. And it's basically a knife and fork school. They teach you what the ranks are. They teach you how to salute, what side to wear the ribbons on, a little bit about the uniform, a little bit about tradition, who to salute, who not to salute, all that stuff I had been through. So it wasn't a big deal for me. But during that time, the Navy had come out with a physical fitness test. You had to run 1.5 miles. You had to do this, that, and the other thing. And man, I was so out of shape, man. I was stinking out of shape, man. But I think they kind of overlooked that. They kind of just passed me through, and not just me, but other people as well, and just got us through so that we could get to where we were going, because they needed docs, and they needed nurses elsewhere downrange, So the doc that I was familiar with, he was a civilian one day. The next day, he was a lieutenant commander. And they had given him a pretty high boost in rank because he was an ER doctor. And he got orders for, I can't remember if it's Kuwait or someplace like that over in that area. Mm-hmm. He went home on leave for a couple of days, and boom, he was gone. They needed him that bad, so he was gone and out of there, getting set up. I, on the other hand, got orders for good old Portsmouth Naval Hospital again. And of all places, was for my first year, I was on pediatrics. And man, I was like, look, I've got 4-year experience in an ICU, and you're putting me on a PD. What in the world are you guys doing? But it was a humbling experience. I look back on it now, and it was, man, they tell you in nursing school not to get emotionally attached to your patients, but you can't help that with some of those kids. We had several kids that had cancer, and they didn't even, their life hadn't even started yet. Had a little girl who had bone cancer, had to have her leg amputated. I mean, she was 8 years old. Had one kid whose dad, his parents, his dad was in the Navy. He went overseas or, did what he wasn't supposed to, came back, had AIDS, gave it to his wife. His wife, when she gave birth to the kid, had AIDS. They all died, all of them. And that was a hard one to watch, man, because the little girl's mom was drop dead gorgeous, movie star gorgeous. And I saw her go from that to looking like somebody coming out of a concentration camp in very short time. And then the little girl died too. So I had a little baby boy who was probably not even a year old, had some type of lung cancer, very rare. And, he passed away, but I got really attached to that kid, man. And he would see me in the morning and have his arms out, just want me to pick him up. And I just, that was a tough one. So I spent a year on pediatrics, didn't like it, but I'm glad I did it.
Sure.
I put in for the ICU unit, got that, good grief, man. That was, I wish I would have been anywhere else but there. Let's put it that way. The hospital was a teaching hospital. So any doc who was on call, who was making rounds, he'd come in and, well, I want a CAT scan on this person, and we would have to bundle this patient up, take them down to get a CAT scan, bring them back, they were on a ventilator, they had 15 lines going, and this guy, just because he wanted to get a CAT, it was a teaching hospital, and these guys didn't know their rear end from a hole in the ground. Most of them didn't. Because these guys were right out of medical school. They gave them lieutenant bars, and a lot of them thought they were, God's gift to the world, So I would have patients that I would do a dressing change on them, tape them up, have it all looking great. And then a doctor would come in there and just rip the thing off, leave it off, and just scatter my paperwork all over the place. And I called him out on it one time. And he didn't like it, but I didn't like what he did either. These guys, some of these guys just think they can do whatever they want to. And I didn't appreciate it. And I told him so. But yeah, it was an interesting time. I think by the time that ended, that little episode on ICU, I was ready to go back to pediatrics, man, because that was a absolute cluster, man. I tell you what, it was, and it was during that time, it was 12-hour shifts, and man, what happened to my back is that I was, what I had found out is that my back issue that they had diagnosed early on had progressed, and I didn't know how much it had progressed. I had no clue.
The scoliosis?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. And so me and another guy were sliding up a patient. I had a patient that she was about that tall and about that wide, on a ventilator, had every IV known to mankind. And she, it's interesting how these people just kind of slide back down in bed. And so we got to slide them back up, and when we slid her back up, and when that happened, my back sounded like a bowl of Rice Krispies going off, snap, crackle, and pop. So I had a friend of mine who was a Navy doc. I said, Doc, would you please write me a request to have a spinal X-ray. He says, "Yeah, I'll do it right now." So did that. Got the requisition. Went down to X-ray. Had my back X-rayed, and they said, "We need to send you over to a specialist." And if I'm trying to remember this correctly, so I saw eventually I saw the Navy commander, Doc, who was a dead ringer for Hulk Hogan. The guy could have been Hulk Hogan's brother. Honest to goodness, man. He had a Fu Manchu. It was, was into martial arts and all this kind of stuff. Good guy, really good guy. Guy had 19 years, 6 months in the Navy, getting ready to get out. And he took some X-rays and did a CAT scan and stuff. He says, "You've got nearly a 50-degree thoracic lumbar curvature, which if it doesn't get treated, it could collapse your lung, or it could cause a condition called cardiac tamponade, which is a compression of your heart. It can compress your heart, everything. So we got to go in there and correct that. So when do you want to do it?" And I says, "Well, I need to do it as soon as possible, I guess, because I'm, need to do it, right? Yeah, you need to do it. It's not going to get any better." So eventually he said, I would suggest you donate a couple of units of your own blood because you're going to be needing some blood after it. So I had the surgery. Before the surgery, they put me on the ward and they had to sign all this paperwork. And the day came for my surgery and they gave me this medication. I think it was Versed, probably Versed. And it's a medication. Once you get it, man, what you want to operate on my back? Well, how about go ahead and just taking my legs with you while you're at it? You can cut anything off you want. I don't care. I'm happy right now. I may regret it afterwards, but right now you can do whatever you want to do. It was absolutely. It took any anxiety out, any apprehension. It just took it away. It just went away, and you were happy. So they did the surgery. I picked my own anesthesiologist. I saw what this guy could do. I saw him in action one day, and I said, "Dude, would you please be my anesthesiologist?" He said, "Yeah, I'll be happy to." So I had him as my anesthesiologist, and Dr. Anderson was my doc. Now, whether or not he did the actual surgery or not, I don't know. There were at least 4 or 5 docs in there doing mine. So they did what they called an intraoperative wake-up, where they kind of bring you out of anesthesia, where you're in kind of a twilight, and they ask you to wiggle your toes, move your hands, because they want to make sure they didn't nick your spinal cord, or anything like that. So I remember that. I remember when they did that. And then I went right back under, they put me right back down. And I had the surgery, and they brought me back to recovery. And I was white as a ghost, man. My hemoglobin and hematocrit levels had dropped to about half of what they should be. And that's when they gave me the blood, my blood that I had donated to and I got those 2 units back, and it bumped it right back up. They had me on a morphine pump, and I didn't like that at all. I didn't like that. It made me nauseated. But anyway, so for 2 months, they said, "Look, we don't want to see you for 2 months. You can go home, do whatever you want to do. Just call us every now and again. Let us know you're still alive. Do whatever you want to do. Stay here. Stay at your quarters here in Chesapeake, or you can go back to North Carolina. Whatever you want to do. You're in recovery." And so for a while, I stayed up there in Chesapeake. Stayed up there, and then after I guess sometime after surgery, I had my wife, she wasn't my wife then, but Ann came up and stayed with me for a while. And then we all kind of went back to North Carolina and stayed for a couple of weeks until I was ready to come back. And I came back, and then they transitioned me out of ICU and put me in another unit in the hospital for enlisted guys who had basically receive Dear John letters from their wives or girlfriends, and then after receiving their Dear John letter had become instantaneously suicidal. I'm going to kill myself, if I don't get home, if I can't get out of the Navy, I'll kill myself, So what's a captain supposed to do? What's their CEO? So they send them to us, So we got these guys. It was a male enlisted unit that I was on. We stayed full all the time. I think we had something like 14 beds or something like that. And so we had certain classes they would do, throughout the day, to help them transition a little bit better. I mean, we had guys that the Navy would spend $250,000 on for school. These aviation electronic technician guys, that had all this schooling. And this guy wanted to get out. I'll never forget this. He wanted to get out because he had, he didn't like the Navy, or his girlfriend and wife said, it's either the Navy or me. You make your choice, and so he went to his captain and said, hey, look, I'm really feeling suicidal. All these guys had suicidal ideations, so they said. We had guys in there that were in alcoholic blackouts and that type of thing, that didn't know what day of the week it was. We had some of those. But, it had gotten out to the fleet and had been out there for years, that all you have to do is just tell your doc or tell your CO that you're suicidal, that you want to get out of the Navy. And we got them. We got those guys. And so that's the kind of unit that I was on. And we would tell them right from the very day they got there, look, guys, it's not my decision. It's not the decision of the administrator of this hospital whether you get out of the Navy. We have no control over that. That's up to your CO. So what's going to happen? You'll be here for a week or two, and then you'll go back to your ship. You go back to your wherever, and they will make the decision whether or not they're going to transition you out. We don't do that. So when you go back to your ship, you let those guys know that we don't have the authority to discharge you from the Navy. That's up to your CO.
So did it bug you? I'm just curious. Did it bug you? Because, I think every branch, it starts in basic training. A lot of people, especially these days, they sign up because they think they've been sold a bill of goods. Like, just check this box. You'll get free college. They get sold on everything that they get, kind of like faith a lot of times. Me, what do I get? What do I get? And then they get into boot camp, basic training, whatever it is, and realize, oh, actually, I have to do something. There's something that's expected and required of me. And they're like, didn't sign up for this. And they just hit the suicidal button just to get out. Did that bug you? Because I imagine you were.
Yes, it did bother me. It did bother me because I knew most of those guys were just
playing the game.
Faking it, just trying to get out.
Is that why you were telling them, hey, we don't make the choice, like you can drop the act?
No. Well, that was true. We didn't have that authority, but we wanted to be up front with them right off the get-go. Because the rumor mill was all you have to do is say you're suicidal and just go to the hospital and you're out, kind of a deal. And that wasn't true. Yeah. So I worked in that department until I got out of the Navy because I was medically discharged from the Navy in 95. But I stayed. So I went in the Navy that last time in 90 and got out in 95. And as I was in a kind of a unique program because I was a warrant officer RN. I had made W-3, so at a W-2 in the Navy as a W-1, which is what I started off as. You're appointed by the Secretary of the Navy as a W-1, and there had not been a W-1 in the Navy in years. So when I went to knife and fork school, they didn't even have any collar devices for us. They hadn't been a W-1 in the Navy. So, but when you make W-2, you're commissioned warrant officer, and then it gets a little bit better for you. But yeah. So I picked up W-3. They were just coming out in the Navy with W-5s at that time, but the handwriting was on the wall for us warrant officer nurses. Most of the guys who stayed in would go into a special program to have their last 2 years and get their degree as a 4-year RN and get commissioned. I didn't do that. I got out before that, but that was a goal of mine to do that before I was medically discharged. But yeah, so I wasn't, because I had these rods in my back and because of the surgery, I wasn't able to do a lot of the PT stuff. And so because I wasn't able to do that, the guy said, well, you're going to have to get a med board then, I said, okay, how do I go about doing that? Well, you need to go see your doc about it. And so it wasn't a big deal. I just said, hey, doc, they told me I can't, I was told to come over here to get a med board due to the inability to complete my PT. And he says, no problem. I'll write it up. Boom, there it was. And I thought it was going to be a big deal, but it was just a signature, and boom, it started moving from there, Then as things rolled on, I got orders to go to Bethesda Naval Hospital for my med board. So I drove up to D.C., and which is a nightmare. Went to Bethesda, went to where I was supposed to go for my med board, and at least I was on my own for that deal. There was one guy that I befriended while I was up there. He was a Marine Corps pilot who flew the vertical takeoff aircraft. Harriers, yeah. He flew the old Harriers now. And he was involved in a mid-air collision that shook him up pretty bad. And I don't know if he was injured, but he was suffering from PTSD. And the magic number to get anything retirement-wise from the military, at least at that time, was 30%. He was able to get his 30%, which he deserved, and due to his situation. And I think I told you I got 10%. Fight your battles with the VA, and that's what I did. And so after my med board, I probably had another month left, and that was it. Yeah. So they gave me. They had figured out that I had like 16 years. I think it was 16 years pay wise, and they gave X number of dollars for the number of active duty time that I had, and it was well over $30,000.
Okay.
Well over 30,000, and they taxed it, but I found out that it shouldn't have been taxed, and I got that reimbursed eventually.
Wow.
Yeah.
Good for you, man.
Yeah. It was, because it was I don't know what they called it. It was severance pay or disability pay or something like that, based on a medical reason.
Okay. Yeah.
Based on a medical thing. So, but anyway, I finally got that back. I didn't, I had to pay state tax, and I never got that back, but yeah. But I was grateful to get the federal back, for crying out loud. It was great. But so, and let's see what has happened since then. So I came back. It's kind of, it's like this. Let's play the same tapes over and over again. Because I knew I could come back here and get a job somewhere. I had and I worked when I came back here after getting out of the Navy. Actually, what I really wanted to be was a potter, because I had taken every course they had at Sand Hills in pottery, and I had my own wheel at one time, and learned how to throw pots and this, that, and the other thing. And that's what I wanted to go to school in Montgomery County. They got a school, a pottery school there, and I wanted to do that and learn how to throw pots and really make good stuff. But I couldn't do it sitting down like I had learned. I had to learn how to throw pots standing up. And man, I just couldn't get it. It was different. It was just totally different. I couldn't do it. It was just one of those things I just could not get used to doing. So I kind of gave up on that idea, but I was working at the hospital, and I was working in a detox unit, and Man, that was an interesting time, man. Worked there for a couple of years, and actually, I worked there until I retired.
Okay.
Pretty much, yeah.
So what was the transition like for you out of the Navy? I mean, so you were in the Navy 3 times.
Yeah.
So 3 transitions, but the last one, you knew it was the last one because you
Yeah.
got med boarded.
Yeah.
Was the transition different for you then, or was it just kind of, okay, let's close the book, move on?
Yeah, that was kind of the closest chapter, you
Okay.
know, kind of doing the same thing over again, you know, getting out, working in the hospital, you know, something, you know, well, the grass is greener on the other side. Let's try that, you know, and go back in.
Mm-hmm.
And I always thought, at least the theory was, every time I got out, I tried to better myself.
Mm-hmm.
So the theory was they were getting somebody who was a little bit better qualified, a little bit, yeah,
That makes sense.
a
Yeah.
little bit, a better sailor, so to speak,
Sure.
kind of a thing, you know.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And I don't know if that's true or not, but that was my theory.
Where was your faith at this point?
Wow. Man. Yeah, it kind of, to be honest, it took a backseat. You know, I wasn't going to church. I finally got married to Ann, thinking,
After you got out?
yeah, after
Okay.
I got, well, yeah, after I got out. Or maybe it was before. I can't remember. It's been a long time. But we got married, and things just, you know, and then, okay, so I got married before I got out. And then when I got out, I came back, moved into her home. And man, I had no clue, absolutely no clue what it was like to be married with kids. I did not have one clue. I thought I did, but man, was I out of my league, out of my pay grade, out of everything, man. I thought, you know, she would tell me that she wasn't getting any help from the kids, you know, and they would do whatever they wanted to do, you know.
So she had kids prior?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So I says, well, we're gonna have a little family meeting here tonight, and we're gonna change that. So I thought, this is how dumb I was. I thought things are gonna change, guys. You're gonna help your mom out, whatever she wants. You need to do what she tells you to do, and do it now. You know, and the other thing here, when you get out of school, you're not to drop your books off right in the front of the doorway so people have to step over. Because if you do, I'm going to throw them out in the yard. You know, don't test me on this. You know, I thought I was going to come in and make a difference and turn things around. And it fell on its face like you would not believe, man. It was a total failure. Her 2 boys were great. They were good kids, man. Come to find, you know, I don't know if I knew this because we got married in a Baptist church, but she was of the Mormon faith, but had not been practicing as a Mormon.
Okay.
Yeah. And I didn't know anything at all about that, man. I didn't know anything. She wasn't going to a Mormon church or anything like that, you know. And so I didn't know just how dedicated she was with that.
So that's outside looking in. That sounds like a separation already that you weren't even aware of.
Yeah.
Because she has this faith. It obviously matters to her, and you're not even aware of it.
Really didn't know what it was about. One thing, I mean, I saw this book. It said a Book of Mormon, you know, in her house. That was in a back room, you know, and what is that, you know? I mean, I had heard rumors about, you know, what the Mormons were. The Mormons that I was in contact with, they had, from what I understood, they had good families. I mean, they were solid. They were solid patriots. A lot of them were in the military. A lot of them were Eagle Scouts, you know, were very patriotic people. But, you know, they had some strange beliefs that I didn't really know about, you know, that I didn't get into anyway. So, but Ann had I probably shouldn't even have mentioned her name, but I won't mention her last name. But she was bipolar.
Okay.
And suicidal. And I didn't know about this. My brother and his wife were living out in California then, and they wanted me to come out there for a week or so just to see what they were doing. And they had sent me a ticket. And all of a sudden, Ann became suicidal. Well, I didn't know about that. You didn't tell me anything about that, and what do it was just like, what am I supposed to do with that, Ann? Do you need to go in the hospital, or what? No, I don't, So I felt okay to go to California, and she was still working, and so she didn't want me to go. She wanted to go with me, but I only had the ticket, But anyway, it over time, it just did not work out. Things, and that wasn't the reason, but it was. She was just, and I'm sure I was too. It was kind of a mutual thing. When we separated, it wasn't. Hey, or what are you going to take from me? Kind of a thing. It was mutual. It was very amicable. Look, Annie, what you have is yours. I don't want anything. I don't want your house. I don't want anything. I just want this to be, an amicable separation. So we separated and I didn't even think about getting a divorce for several years until finally I did. I went ahead and went through it and got it done and got it over with.
And I'm not asking this to put you on the spot or anything like that, but I think it's important to kind of highlight how God has grown you.
Yeah.
You mentioned there were a lot of missteps on your part during that marriage. Do you want to dig into that a little bit? Kind of.
We had just, I don't know if I can really put my finger on it. She had gone into the hospital and met another friend, a girlfriend in the hospital. And they became pretty good friends. And Ann actually brought her home with her. And this girl was, I don't know what she was all about. I don't think there was not an affair going on or anything like that. It was just that this girl befriended Ann to the point where she was very clingy. And Ann was her lifesaver, so to speak. And that got in between me and her.
I was going to say, it sounds like she kind of took your place a little bit.
Yeah. And I just quietly moved out.
It's a really common thing. It happens with kids actually a lot. Obviously I don't have kids, but I've noticed a lot of people kind of highlighting that it's the relationship between the husband and wife. It has to be top. It has to be top priority. Like, I get your kids are your kids. Of course, they're your whole world, but they can't take the place of your spouse,
right,
or it breaks the whole thing apart.
Right.
It sounds like a similar thing, even though it wasn't kids. It was someone else taking your seat at the table.
Plus, I always felt like I was on the outside looking in. I didn't raise these kids.
Yeah.
They were from a different marriage, and I was the outsider. I was the new guy, moving in, and they didn't know who I was. I didn't know who they were. And it was kind of that, let's get to know one another, and the way I went about that was, I just blew them out with both barrels,
Mm-hmm.
Do it my way or the highway, get your books thrown out in the yard. I didn't know how to do it, man. I didn't know how to help Ann with the kids. And so the way I did it was wrong.
Just kind of pulled back. And how do you think you would do it different now?
Well, the way the way I would do it now is that God, if you and I've mentioned this to the Lord too. I said, Lord, if you have another woman in my life, it'll be done your way or it won't be done. Period. Your way, Lord. You know. Uh, yeah, that's the way I would settle that.
Yeah, that's kind of why I was asking, because again, outside looking in, it's you lead your family if you don't put Christ in the center.
Yeah,
then
it wasn't, definitely it wasn't. I mean, it was, like I said, it was done everything God said don't do before you get married. I did, and yeah. I guess I just let the hormones get the better of me, I guess, so to speak,
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah. So we got the divorce eventually, and it was amicable. I haven't seen Ann in years, though I think, an interesting thing did happen as a result. This is a good thing that, God can take a bad thing and turn it into good. Because of my disability rating, I was able to get her older son to go to college. Brigham Young. He wanted to go to Brigham Young. He was a Mormon. He wanted to go. So he went up. They got one in Utah, and they got one, I think, in Idaho or someplace else. And that's the one he went to. And he had I don't know if he was married then, but he took his girlfriend with him, or had a girlfriend. But he messed around up there, didn't do anything, and I think he finally dropped out, and I kind of upset me that he didn't make it through, and I talked to him about it. I said, dude, look, the government is paying for this, and you're up there just flipping around, dude, come on. And he was very apologetic about it, very humbled about it, about the way I felt. He knew how I felt about it. But eventually what happened a year or two after that, a couple years after that, I got a call from Michael, the younger. And he said, Phil, I just want to let you know that I've joined the Navy. And he said, I did it because you were in. And this kid was a computer genius, computer whiz, and that's what he did in the Navy. And he, on his first enlistment, his first 4-year enlistment, I don't know how it is in the Army, but in the Navy, I've never heard of it. He picked up E6 in the first 4 years.
4 years?
Yeah.
Wow.
And he was on a flagship. He had all these really. He was in Belgium, working for NATO or doing some kind of really unbelievable stuff up there. And I don't know how long Michael stayed. I think I don't know how long he stayed in. He didn't stay in. He didn't retire from it. But he got married, and I don't know where Michael's living. But good kid.
How did that feel when he said that he joined because of you? Because if we wind it back just a little bit, you were talking about how you really had no idea what to do with this family that you just moved in. You didn't know how to interact with the kids even. And then to kind of see that you actually did have a pretty big positive impact on at least one of them.
Well, their dad wasn't all that great from what I understand. I mean, he was their dad, so they had that. But as far as any really connection with their real dad, they, from what I understand, really didn't have that. When Michael told, not only did Michael say that, but Daniel called me up later and said that he had joined the Navy. And as far as I know, Daniel's still in the Navy, and he's probably getting close to retirement, I would imagine. But Daniel, the older, was a genius in linguistics like Emily. Just, guy spoke fluent Arabic.
Wow.
Just like that, and he was in a special black box type thing,
Okay.
And last I heard, he was in Kingsport, Georgia, where he was listening in on a lot of Arab traffic is what his job was. And the guy, he not only that, but he spoke fluent Spanish.
Okay.
The guy just had a knack for languages, man. Just a brilliant kid. So I don't know. I don't know. I'd love to find out what's going on with Daniel. I suspect he's at least an E7 and E8. If not a warrant officer or officer. I would imagine. But his wife, I think, probably had a nervous breakdown, and so he got the kids. And Anne, from what I understand, is with wherever Daniel is now, wherever he's stationed at now, is with Daniel taking care of the two kids.
Okay.
So that's the last I heard.
Okay.
Yeah. But yeah, so a lot of dips and dives.
Sure.
In my story.
Sure. So I think maybe we'll go ahead. We'll take one last break.
Yeah.
And I'm not. The intent of me saying this is absolutely not to rush through the rest, but I think probably after this break, we'll probably bring it to an end.
Okay. Sure.
Not necessarily quickly or anything like that, but
yeah.
we'll go ahead and take a quick break, and then we'll come back in and we'll pick back up. Well, just right here, just right where you just finalized your divorce. You've been out in the workforce back here in North Carolina and everything, and that's where we'll pick it up.
Yeah. Okay.
If you've ever looked into nutritional supplements, then you know it can get overwhelming pretty fast. It can be very difficult to tell what's just kind of well packaged and well marketed garbage and what's actually worth your time and money. So let me help you out just a little bit for what it's worth. One of the companies that I trust when it comes to supplementation is a company called First Form. They're not a new company. They've been around for a while. They've been doing big things, but that's for a reason. And what I like about them is they're just obsessed about quality, testing, ingredients, all the things that actually matter. And they're laser focused on creating products that actually help people support whatever it is they're trying to do, whether that's strength, recovery, or just overall health. So they've got protein, of course. They've got greens and reds, daily nutrients, pre, intra, post workouts, everything you need to support whatever it is that you're trying to do. So if you're looking to dial in your nutrition and supplementation game, check out First Form. There's a link in the show notes. See what they have that might be able to help you out. I don't think you'll be disappointed. All right, let's get back to it. All right. Final stretch here.
All righty.
And by final stretch, I mean probably like the last quarter.
Okay.
Because like I said, my intent isn't to rush you through anything. But so we're picking up, you just finalized your divorce and you're here in North Carolina.
Right.
Working as an RN.
Yeah. Working in a detox. Worked there for about a year or so, and then a slot came over to do psychiatric assessments in the ER, and not just the ER, but anybody who was a patient in the hospital, who the psychiatrist wanted them to have an evaluation. That's what I would do. Excuse me. And that was an interesting times, man. It was a busy thing. I'd carry a beeper and a phone, and and a computer. I was wired, man. I was wired, for sound. But so you have people calling you from outside, and the docs would want you to go see somebody in the ER, and then you'd have to go see a patient who was in bed. It was just constant, and it was just. It was really busy. I wouldn't do it again now, but I didn't wear scrubs or anything. I just kind of wear a sports coat or something, look professional, But But I mean, I saw all kinds of patients, man. I saw people who were in full-blown DTs, people who were drug addicts, people who were, suicidal. It was just a smorgasbord of different human conditions that people were suffering from, and it was sometimes people would come in and the hair on the back of my neck would just stand up, man, because it would just, right away, I'd get a feeling that this is not going to go well, and what I would do, I would get all the information about the patient. If they needed a Valium, I'd give them was able to give them a Valium based on a doctor's order, on a doctor's standing order. So if they met certain criteria in the ER, then I was allowed to give them a Valium to help chill them out based on their condition. And then once I gathered all the information, I would call the doc, and he would say, okay, give them, do all this and admit them, kind of a thing. So I would just get the order sheet, write the orders up, sign it, and then the doc would come in later on and sign it after me, and we'd get him admitted. Yeah. We had, I'll never forget this guy because he's dead now, but he came in, he was a frequent flyer. By that, I mean he was a frequent admission to the detox. And he came in this particular day. He had a fifth of liquor, untouched. He was coming into the detox, and this is what he had in his personal belongings. We went through, we got to go through his personal belongings. He had a bottle of pills that were smorgasbord of whatever, it was just thrown in there. And I said, dude, we're going to have to take all this stuff, and you can't bring this into the, into the detox. You know that he was going to probably sell it, while he was in. He says, well, how long is this going to take? I said, dude, you're going to have to wait your turn. You're not the only person here, You're going to have to wait until, it's your turn to be admitted. And he came after me. And I got him in a headlock, and we went down on the ground and this, that, and he, started trying to hit me and everything, when he finally got him subdued. And I took the guy to court, just to, I mean, I didn't have anything, he didn't have anything. But I took him to court because he wasn't going to do that to anybody else or to me again. And so I don't know if he was admitted that day. They may have just kicked him out for attacking a hospital employee. I don't recall. I don't recall what happened. But the next time I saw him, it was in court. We were in court, and he admitted to everything. He didn't want to fight it. He apologized, and I just, let's end it here, doc. Let's end it here, judge. Okay, he apologized. He admits to his wrong, and let's end it. All's well that ends well. And I don't know. Later on, I heard that he had died. So I don't know what happened. I don't know if he overdosed or. But my dad, who ran a halfway house in Aberdeen for alcoholics, this guy's sister worked with my dad. And so that was kind of I think she's the one that told me that her brother had died, but yeah. But yeah, so that's what happened there. And then I was able to get all my Social Security and VA stuff. That all came through finally. And so I just said, man, I think I'm just going to go ahead and just quit, just retire from here. I don't need to work every day, So I did. And yeah, that's what happened. I just pretty much retired.
So when did you meet your second wife?
Deb, I met her. It's interesting. Both of my wives, I met Ann not as a friend, but I met her in a store before I went to Vietnam. Years before I even married her. She worked in a candle shop in Aberdeen, and I saw her. That's where I initially saw her. And then Deb, I met, oh my gosh, in the 70s, yeah. After I got out of the Navy the second time is when I met Deb at a party somewhere. And, but yeah, so that's interesting. I thought about that too. I met both of these women long before I got married to them, at least 20 years before. And I think they were both blonde, both bipolar, both left-handed. Both dads had been in the Army as officers, and both grew up here in this area. It was kind of really weird. Really
so you
strange.
have a type.
I have a tight circle of what I go. But yeah. So anyway, so Deb and I got married. Trying to remember, like I said, I did everything wrong. We lived together for a couple of years. She had her own business, and was drawing disability, Social Security. We got married in, she had a place, she had her own house. I bought a house through the VA, and she sold her house. And through the money she made from that house, she bought a couple of appliances for the house. And I got a new roof put on the house and got a new HVAC unit, I guess. This is probably 16, 17 years ago. And but we got married by the Justice of the Peace. We went down to the Justice of the Peace and got married. He married us. It wasn't a church wedding. And then we had a ceremony. About a month or two later, we had a ceremony in our backyard, a marriage type thing, And I think my mom and my brother were there for that. And we had a pretty good crowd for that. She was, I mean, both these gals, man, I was totally out of their league, man. I'm telling you, man. What in the world am I doing with these drop dead, But they were just beautiful, beautiful gals. Deb had one son who was living in Vail, Colorado. I think he was teaching skiing. Good kid. I met him, good looking kid. But Deb and our marriage wasn't going well. About 8 months into it, Deb had a history. She had her history all over her wrist. She had slashed her wrist numerous times. Had been in treatment. She went into treatment actually with Eric Clapton. The same time he went into treatment, or one of the times he was in the treatment. But yeah, she went to school, went to recovery with him, and so Deb was involved in AA, but never quite got sober fully. And I don't want to I'm not going to badmouth her, but I'm just saying she had she was battling this issue with bipolar. Bipolar people have a propensity to addiction. You name it, whatever addiction there is, they have a propensity for it, be it drugs, alcohol, sex, you name it, or all the above. But there was the time when our marriage wasn't going all that great, and she says, and I had started going to church. I had started going to Grace about this time. And she said, maybe somebody at your church can help us get some marriage counseling. And this was coming from Deb. And I said, wow. Well, yeah, I'll be glad to look into that. I'll get that look. We'll check it out. Deb had uh, her own story about who God was. She had her own beliefs, and um, they definitely didn't coincide with mine. I don't know really truly, but we went to marriage counseling a couple of times, and Heath Cadell, who used to be a pastor at Grace, now he's in Midland, or he's somewhere near the beach, I think, with the pastoring a church down there. And we went and had a session or two with Heath, and he started talking about Jesus. And Deb says, "Oh, wait a minute. Now, if you're going to start talking about Jesus, we need to end this right now." And he says, "Well, look, I'm a pastor. I'm going to talk about Jesus whether you feel like it or not, And she just ended it right there, So she had a good friend of hers. I think she may have been even a business partner with Deb, who was suffering from terminal brain cancer. She was dying, and yet this person, Deb's friend, had nothing to do with God, nothing to do with it. I mean, GD, this guy, whatever, and that shocked me that this woman had a brain cancer, a glioblastoma, and she was dying, terminal, and she was saying all this about God, and I just really, she didn't want to talk about God, didn't want to talk about it, was angry, and she died, and it just put Deb into a tailspin. She would end into a tailspin. And Deb was on a medication called Antabuse, which is to help people who are alcoholics stay away from alcohol. You get sick if you drink alcohol on top of Antabuse. You get sick, really sick. And so she was taking that, and she was taking a medication called Seroquel, which was to help her with her sleep. And I went we were sleeping in separate bedrooms at a time, and I walked into the room that she was in, and all these pills were scattered all over the floor. And and I woke her up, tried to wake her up, I got her up, got her into the bathtub, and was trying to wake her up, shower her up, and I called the ambulance, because I didn't know if she was going to die or what, and they came and they took her to the ER, and there was a cop there, and I guess the cops are there regardless, but so they took her to the hospital, and they admitted her to the psych unit because of her history, and so that was tough, man. That was a tough time for her, and it wasn't too pleasant for me either. I had to do that a couple of times, actually. Yeah. But yeah. So she finally got into a treatment center down in Georgia, and was down there for a while, 6 weeks, I guess, and came back just totally different. She wanted a divorce, and she sounded like she had gotten her life together, and, this, that, and the other thing. And, well, I said, okay, look, whatever, I don't want to stand in your way, maybe, I felt like I had really, I'm sure there were areas that I failed with her, but, she told me one time, she said, "Phil, you are loyal." She says, "You are loyal to a fault." And I never took the time to ask her what she meant by that. I thought you were supposed to be loyal to your spouse, even to a fault. But she was, and I'm sure there was a lot that I did that she didn't approve of either. So, there's always two sides to the pancake. There's her story, there's my story, and there's the truth lies somewhere in between. But yeah, so I was always very leery about coming home because I didn't know if I'd find her dead on the floor or not. I just didn't know. I was walking on eggshells all the time, just wow. At that time, I was doing some part-time work for a pain doc in Pinehurst. I would, come home and just don't know. I don't, but at some point we decided after she came back from Georgia, she decided to move out, and she moved back to the old house that she was in before we got married. That was still available. She was thinking about even buying it back, somehow. So one thing led to another. She stayed over there for a while, would come back. Oh, I want to come back home. Deb, I want you to come back home, but you can't, you can't be drinking here. And because I don't know if I'm going to find you dead or alive. It's taking a toll on me, not just on you, but on both of us, And time went on for a couple of months, and I got a call from a dear friend of ours that I've known half my life, and she said, "Phil, Deb's dead. Deb died." And it was like two things happening at the same time. I got gut punched, but I wasn't really surprised, if that makes sense.
It does.
And I was shocked, but I was, and in the same breath, I wasn't. And I said, "Well, where is she?" She said, Joey found her. Joey's her cousin. Joey found her. He went, and so I said, "Well, she's at the house, so the cops are over there." So I said, "Well, I'm going over there." So I went over there, and I was waiting for the cops to get done with what they were going to do. And I says, "Well, I'm going to go in and see her." She says, "No, you can't go in. They're taking her to Chapel Hill for an autopsy." Wow. So I don't know. I don't know. I called about her drug screen. They said she didn't have any drugs in her, but I'm wondering if I was talking to the right person. I think her body just gave up because of the amount of alcohol she could polish off a fifth of vodka sitting here talking to us. Oh. Or a pint, definitely a pint, just in a conversation and straight. She wasn't happy. She wasn't too happy of a person. I mean, she had her son, and I think she was very grateful for that. But I think Deb there had been some talk about her being abused by her dad. There's a lot of chatter about that from her other sisters, and I don't know. I don't know the story behind all of that, but it was just, but her family, not to say anything, but her family was, alcohol was a big reason for that entire family. It had taken a toll on that family big time. And it took a toll on her. It killed her. But yeah, and that happened 15 years ago. And about 6 months prior to that, my mom had died. So I had kind of a double thing there, so all this time, during this time I was going to Grace Church, but I was my motive for going to Grace Church was to hopefully get Deb motivated to go. I guess that was my motivation for doing that. That would have been a good thing, hopefully, but it didn't turn out that way. And the way I deal with Deb's death, and I have no evidence of this whatsoever. This is just how how I coped with it. Nobody was there when Deb died. She died by herself, except the Lord was there. And I believe this is how I kind of rationalize it. Deb had tried to hurt herself so many times. And I believe this is how the conversation went. And I'm just trying to tell you how I kind of rationalize in my mind. The Lord said, Deb, you're not going to make it this time. You're going to die. But I'm going to reach out my hand. I want you to grab hold of it, and just come with me. Come with me. And we'll, where you won't have to suffer anymore. And so I think that's what she did. That's how I felt. I felt like she said, "Okay, Lord, I'm going with you," and that's how I kind of deal with that.
What would you say to her if you could? You were saying you were going to Grace because you were hoping that she would come with you. Obviously, hindsight's 20/20. But if you could back it up to a point, an intervention point, what do you think you'd say to her?
I would tell her that I'm sorry for whatever you feel like I did. And whatever I did do. To make this such an unhappy event for you. And I've talked to people about it. They said, Phil, there's nothing. If a person wants to drink themselves to death, there's not much you can do about it unless there's a divine intervention that happens. It's sort of like if somebody's motivated to kill somebody or to assassinate somebody, they're going to do it. If you're motivated enough. But yeah, I know I played a part, but then I talked to other people and said, "No, Phil, you didn't do." They're just trying to make me feel a little bit better. But looking back on it now, knowing what I know now, oh my gosh! I mean, I would like to say that I would do things. I would do things the way the Lord said to do it. You can't have premarital sex. You can't live with somebody that's not your spouse. You can't do these things, because it's not good. It's not good. It doesn't turn out well. Now, it may turn out well for some people. It just didn't turn out well for me. If it turned out well for other people, thank God. Thank you, blessings for it. I don't know how I could change things for the way they turned out. It's probably not much I could have done.
Sure. Yeah, I didn't mean to imply that it was on you in any way.
No. I didn't. No, I didn't take it that way.
Okay, good. You good? You need?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Let's see. I'm just trying to figure out. So yeah, I guess ever since then, I've been continually going to Grace Church. I used to have a couple of Harleys and stuff, and I was in a bike club, a veterans bike club at one time. Still have a 3-patch club. And, but I don't have a bike anymore. I gave that up. I felt like I had a target on my back riding that thing. Um, but, um, I started going to church, and I was doing the biker thing I thought I was, I just didn't feel comfortable. I played the role when I had to, but that wasn't really who I was. It was kind of a chameleon. I wore the skin when I had to and took it off. Um, but yeah, um, I just, I've been going to Grace steadily. I saw the signs, when years ago, and said Grace Church, turn in here, and I was on my bike one day, and out on Medlin Road before they closed everything off, and it said Grace Church, turn in here, and I was on my bike, and the last second I whipped it in there, came on into Grace, talked to the lady who was at the front desk. She's no longer there. She works somewhere. She's in Fayetteville now. She and her husband work at Manna, but she had so much grace about her. And we just chatted for 15 minutes, and she told me all about Grace. She told me this. Anyway, she was just awesome. She was awesome. And she said, "Oh, by the way, we have a motorcycle ministry." I said, "Oh, really? Yeah, that sounds cool. Yeah. My husband is, kind of heads it up." I said, "Yeah, that's cool." And she just, we just became friends right there. And when they lived at the beach, I would go down there and spend a couple of days with them. We became friends, And, but yeah, so since I've been at Grace at least 15 years since Deb's died, maybe 16, 17 years. I got baptized at Grace. I went on a medical missionary trip to Honduras during a time when Deb and I weren't getting along. I probably went down there for all the wrong reasons. But this is before, and I've known Ryan ever since I've been going. I knew him before he even got married to Rebecca. So I remember several years ago, they said, well, we're going to start this new thing for men only called the Fight Club. And it's for men only. It's a men's group. And it's like a small group, but it's for men, this, that, and the other thing. So I signed up for it. We had a big thing at Grace Church one Saturday in the worship center. They took all put dining room tables in there, and we had dinner or something like that in there. And we signed, those who wanted to do it signed up, and we got assigned to groups. So I got assigned to my group, and come to find out that the leader of that group got transferred someplace, and they didn't have a leader. The group didn't have a leader that I was assigned to. So I felt like, well, maybe God wants me to step up and become a facilitator. I have never done that before. I don't know what I'm doing. I'll just give it a shot and see what happens, And so I did. And I think I was in Fight Club for 4 or 5 years until we transitioned into a co-ed type small group. I was in Fight Club for, like I said, 4 or 5 years, and then we kind of just opened it up to a small group, not a fight club, but a small group so women could come in and married couples could come in. And so that's what I've been doing ever since, been doing small groups of one kind or another.
So what was a fight club?
It was like just a men's only small group. You just kind of get together and talk about life, talk about issues and stuff like that, talk about the Lord, talk about the Bible, whatever you wanted to talk about.
Okay.
Yeah, it was good. It was a good thing, man. We had a good group of guys. We'd meet in each other's homes, and it got to a point where we were just meeting at my place. And I said, well, look, we need to share. We need to get into other people's houses too, not just mine all the time, So it just kind of transitioned over to a co-ed small group type format.
And is that the small group you're still leading now?
It's not a fight club. It's called true spirituality.
Okay, but
Yeah,
that's still going.
Yeah,
Okay.
yes, that comes to an end tomorrow.
Okay.
And then we'll do something else.
Okay. That's very cool, man. What do you? What? I don't really know. I guess what I'm trying to ask, but that's been a big part of your life the last 15 years. So there has to be a reason that there has to be something that's kept you kind of there and engaged in it and leading it and things like that. What do you think? What do you think that is?
I don't know if it's just my giving back, I guess. I don't know. Maybe that's it. Giving back to the Lord. Not trying to pay him back, but just giving back.
Sure.
You know?
Yeah, just hey, use me for what you need me for.
Yeah.
So that's important.
Yeah.
It's pretty dead simple, but it's also something that just maybe because it's so simple, it falls by the wayside. Kind of like we were talking about earlier, people a lot of times are looking for, regardless of the motivation for looking for it, people are looking for that big cinematic mountaintop experience, and they disregard the little things like, well, hey, your life started to turn around. You started being used right away. As soon as you gave yourself over to Christ, he started using you just to help people, just to help.
Yeah.
So those I don't know, those things of just kind of, hey, just use me for what you want. The little things. I guess what I'm trying to say, I'm not doing a good job of it, but I guess what I'm trying to say is they mean a lot more than we tend to think.
Mm-hmm.
I think because in my opinion, when God shows up in the little things, they actually, to me, they carry a whole lot more weight.
Yeah.
Because like anybody can do the big things.
Yeah.
The broad stroke, anybody can.
Yeah.
If you want to pretend that you're a good person, you do the big things.
Yeah.
If you actually care, you do the little things.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not here to say that I've got it all figured out, because I'm a little bit more at ease with it now than I was initially. But man, I feel like the Lord has brought me a long ways. But I'm still, I can get messed up. I can get messed up quick, if it goes unchecked, people can be your greatest joy, and they can be your greatest disappointment too.
Mm-hmm. That is very well said.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like they say, never meet your heroes. It's a thing. It's because your heroes are just people.
Yeah.
There's only one person. And I was thinking about this the other day too. I don't know where I came across it. I can't remember, but someone made a very good point, and it was just talking about validation and things like that. Because it's something that's kind of constantly on my mind and on my heart. How people, a lot of times here we call it, idolatry and things like that, idolizing accomplishments, titles, things like that. But the point was that they were saying, like, if you are seeking your validation from people,
mm-hmm.
then when they reject you, because people inevitably will for one reason or another, it's gonna crush you.
Yeah.
It's that you can't do it.
Yeah.
The validation comes from one place, because God's never gonna reject you.
Right. And I've been a people pleaser, man. And I can get prideful, and I can get arrogant, and what Ryan said on Sunday. He said something really profound, and I wrote it down. I wish I could remember. Something about God points out those things in our life that are sin, that need to be surrendered, or something along those lines. And when he said something like that on Sunday, and I started thinking about it, and the things that came to my mind were pride and arrogance. That's what God was pointing out to me, for me. And I just asked God if he would take those things away. And I think that may be a universal thing. I'm not trying to blow it off, but because it's something I have to deal with, you know, that I think it's a universal trait for men more than women. Women have it too, but not as much as men do, because we get our identity by what we do. And when that gets shaken, then we can get defensive about it. We can get prideful about it. We can get arrogant about it. Here I am, this RN with all this experience, and I can get prideful about that and arrogant, because people kind of look up to you, and that's a horrible place for me to be in. I mean, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. So I just have to let the Lord know that, Lord, you can take me to school anytime you want to. When you see that starting to pop out, just I know it. I know it when I do it.
You feel it.
Yeah.
You're like, you know where it came from.
Yeah.
That's you're right. I think you're right. It's a universal thing, and it's a lot sneakier than people think.
Yeah. People
don't want to recognize pride, all that. When it comes out, sometimes it's undeniable. Hey, that's your ego talking.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's undeniable, but there are a lot of ways that are just socially acceptable, even expected. Really, what you're doing is displaying your pride.
Yeah.
And just my opinion, I think there's a reason for that, because Jose Alvarez said it a few days ago when we were talking to him, and I may have mentioned this before. I think maybe when we were talking, I was talking to Justin Cook, but C.S. Lewis addressed that. He's got so many just deep insights, but he addressed that. He pointed out that pride was the devil's sin.
That's right.
It's what made the devil the devil.
That's right.
So it's not like, I think we have a tendency to disregard it as if, well, that's kind of like a personal problem, and like, oh, you're a little prideful, so maybe some people won't like to hang around you. Yeah. It's so much more than that.
Yeah.
It really is the root of, it's literally the reason the world is so messed up.
Amen. I totally agree. Yeah.
So I guess I'm just saying, my opinion, I think it's very good that you recognize that, and recognize that it doesn't go away. It's a constant. And of course, like, if you think about it like that, if you think about it as really kind of the root of everything, all the dysfunction, of course it's going to be a constant battle. Mm-hmm. There's no like, got that dealt with. Yeah. That is the big one that is always sneaking in, and it takes these different forms.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It just tries to sneak in. It's always trying to sneak in.
Yeah. For sure. That and unforgiveness. Unforgiveness is a big one too.
It is, but I think you could make the argument that unforgiveness on some level is coming from pride.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Your pride's been hurt, and
exactly.
Yeah.
But you're absolutely right. Unforgiveness is one that, and that's one that I personally constantly have to do work on. Yeah. Constantly. It's a case by case basis for me. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I've had to do it a couple of times recently. From a guy that you and I both know. An incident happened a couple of years ago when somebody shot up the substation over here, and we lost power and everything. And we had they opened up the church so we could charge our phones and all this kind of stuff, and I was over there, and I was on the safety team at the time. And so they had a group of guys who were on the safety team. And one guy said, well, and I was there with him, but most of these guys were active duty Army, maybe some SF guys, retired SF guys. And, well, I think we have enough people to cover for a safety team. You don't need to be here. You can go ahead and go if you want to. And I felt like, or something along those lines, to the point where I felt like I was just dismissed.
Sure.
And I had been on the team longer than any of those guys. Not so much, I was there because of my medical background, safety, more safety kind of a thing. If anybody gets hurt or if anybody gets sick. But I felt slighted, and I carried that resentment. I didn't lose a whole lot of sleep over it, but it was one of those things that the Lord kept bringing up to me you need to get this handled. You need to get this resolved, because it's not going to go away. You need to get it taken care of. And I hung on to that resentment for a couple of years. And finally, it came to an head, and I saw the guy, and I went up to him and said, "Look, do you have a minute? I need to talk to you." And I explained to him what had happened. He said, "I had no clue." I said, "Yeah." Well, I did. I had, I felt dismissed. I felt, like I wasn't needed or wanted, and I guess my pride was hurt or whatever, but I just want to let you know that I forgive you. I forgive you. And I meant it. I still do. Still, I haven't taken that back. Don't want to. It was a sincere thing. That it was a God thing, and we just kind of did the brother, shook hands and hugged each other. And later on, a couple of weeks later, I said, "Would you please forgive me?" I asked him to forgive me for carrying that resentment. So it's a two-way street kind of a thing.
Absolutely, it is.
So, and that ended that.
That's all. That's good to hear, man.
Yeah, that's it was just one of those God things that, I'd do it again if I had to.
Sure, it's important, man. It can be a little weird at first, for sure.
Yeah.
Especially the first time you just have that conversation with somebody, but it's important. I think the reason it is weird, I think there's a few reasons. One reason is because it's a very personal thing.
Yeah.
When you're carrying something around, it's a lot more personal than we like to admit, I think. So just speaking it out loud, it's raw. It opens things up.
Yeah.
But also, I think, part of it is the enemy, because once that pride starts to work, man, like you said, it only gets worse.
Yeah.
Because he's trying to pull you into being more like him.
Yeah. Yeah.
So when you start to, when you want to close that door, he's putting his foot in.
Yeah.
Like, no, don't talk. That's going to be weird. Why do you need to have this conversation? You can just do it by yourself, and you don't have to say anything. All these different excuses.
You're right.
To keep from kind of just putting it out there. Like, I don't want to sound weird by saying it like this, but like, we know that's how you need to do it.
Yeah.
Because the proof bears itself out.
Right.
If that makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't feel like I articulated that well, but I think you understand what I'm saying.
I got it. I was reading some scripture. I'm trying to do this thing that Ryan suggests do. When you read scripture, ask the Lord to reveal something to you. I've been using that lately. And so I was reading a particular, may have been in John, or maybe even Job. I can't remember, but said, "Lord, just reveal something to me." And he came back with this. He says, and I wrote this down: "My excuses have no relevance to who God is." And I wrote that down. I said, "Man, where did that come from? Where did that come from? What does it even mean? What does it even mean? Does it even make any sense?" And that's, I don't know. It's just write it down and think about it later, kind of a thing. I guess it goes back to like what you said, excuses. My excuses have no relevance to who God is. I guess I could have, or my assumptions or my whatever, God is God, and he's above any excuse that I could come up with, or, anything like that, so.
Yeah, there's Ryan was just talking about this last week. It's a real good illustration of just how little we really even can understand about who God is when God's calling Job out.
Yeah.
He's
yeah,
like,
yeah.
do you call the lightning and they come and
Yeah,
check
yeah.
in with you?
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean? Like, who exactly do you think you are?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
yeah. Yeah.
And it's not, God's the only one that can speak like that and it not be arrogant.
That's right. That's right.
Because it's just facts.
It's true. Yeah. It's honest.
And what you're talking about right now, it's one of my favorite things to do is just kind of, pray for, I come up here to pray. This is where I pray. This is where I read my Bible. That's why my Bible's sitting right here. And one of my favorite things to do these days is to just, before I start reading, just pray, just whatever I'm missing today, whatever I need to see today, just, kind of give me ears to hear and eyes to see, you know what I mean? And actually just yesterday, I've been thinking a lot, been praying a lot about, just kind of making decisions, because you want to follow God's will. When you're making decisions, you want to follow God's will. But then that creates kind of a gray area, right? Because we don't know what his will is.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of constantly working on just trying to make sure that I'm doing the right thing and I'm not making decisions based out of, my own, understanding or my own will or my own arrogance or ego or whatever it is. So I was praying about that and just, just asking for some clarity there. And I've been reading in 2 Samuel. So I pick up the Bible, I start reading, and I'm reading about Ishbosheth, I think is how you say it, Saul's son, the only remaining son of Saul who wasn't killed in battle with Saul. And he was crowned king. Abner made sure that he was king because Abner was trying to control the kingdom, whatever. So it's about how Ishbosheth died, right? Because at this point, Abner had been killed, and everyone kind of knew, hey, David's going to be king at some point, and it's looking like it's going to be sooner rather than later, right? So, so the two of the, I guess, captains of Ishbosheth's raiding parties, they saw a window of opportunity, right? And they say, okay, well, they said David's going to be king. It's probably going to be sooner than later. We should probably hitch our horse to that wagon, right? So they saw a window of opportunity. Ishbosheth's taking a little nap in the middle of the day, and the lady who's supposed to be watching the door, she'd been working all day. I forget what she was doing, threshing wheat or something like that. Some kind of labor, and something to do with grains, I think, but it was labor is my point. So she was worn out. So she nodded out. She's snoozing. So these two dudes decide to take the opportunity. They sneak in past her and they go kill Ishbosheth in his bed. They cut off his head and they take it to David, thinking that they're going to, ingratiate themselves, thinking that David's, going to see that they've killed Ishbosheth and cleared the way for David to take the throne, and he's going to be grateful, because their assumption was that David was coming for the throne, and he was coming after whoever was sitting on it. He was going to kill him, and he was going to take his place. And that's not at all what David was doing, right? He was waiting on God's timing. So they brought David the head, and they didn't have the reaction. They didn't get the reaction that they expected at all. David was very upset. It's like, what have you done? You have murdered the king, and you think I'm supposed to be grateful? Like, you want to be celebrated for that? And he was like, no, hey, you guys, kill these two. And so they did. So the whole point of that is kind of, just because a door is open in front of you doesn't mean you're supposed to walk through it, right? You still need to check in with God. Even if you are supposed to walk through it, you still need to check in, right? Because it could be a lot of different things. It could be, hey, that opportunity is not what you think it is. No, I don't want you to walk through it. Or it could be, that opportunity is what you think it is, but that's not what I have for you. Just stay out of there. Or it could be, yes, that's exactly what I want you to do, but not yet. I need you to wait. Or it could be, Yes, that's exactly what I want you to do. And now is the time, but you still need to ask for that final approval.
Yeah.
You still need to wait for the word go.
Yeah.
Because if you know, are fortunate enough and God has kind of granted you the clarity enough to see and understand very clearly, and just to the point that you just know this is what you're supposed to do and now is when you're supposed to do it. If you just act on it without checking in and waiting for the word go, then you're doing that. You're relying on the strength of your own understanding,
Yes.
rather than submitting to his authority. Doesn't matter if you know what's supposed to happen or not.
Right.
You wait for him to say go. That is submission.
Yeah.
Otherwise, like I said, you're relying on your own understanding, and that's a slippery slope. We should just never do that. It's just, the Bible's pretty clear. That's not how it works. It doesn't matter what you know or what you think you know. Submit to his authority. And to kind of, I guess, illustrate that is going to take a minute. So please just bear with me. Sorry. Anybody who's been in any branch of the military, and I'll try to articulate this a little bit for anybody who may not have that frame of reference, but it's not hard to understand. So one of the first things that they teach you to do in any branch of the military is how to march, right? Because they're teaching you how to do kind of like deliberate, disciplined, coordinated, cohesive movement as a group, right?
Yeah.
And so my point in saying that is really you only do that stuff in like basic training or boot camp or whatever it is. So I'll just give an example there. Like you're formed up, say your platoon is formed up or whatever you call your element for your branch. And you know you're formed up because you're going to be marching down to like I said, the chow hall. Like I said, you really only do that during your initial training anyway. But so we're formed up. We know we're going to be marching down the chow hall because chow's at 12. We know chow's at 12 and we know what this formation's all about. So we're standing around waiting for whoever's going to lead it. In this instance, it's platoon. So we'll say platoon sergeant shows up and platoon sergeant says, platoon, right? So back it up just a little bit. In the Army, and I know other branches, I'm sure they have their own terms for this, but they mean the same thing, and they might even be the same terms. But we have two commands, right? We have preparatory command and command of execution, right? It's a two-part command.
Mm-hmm.
So platoon sergeant steps out and says, platoon, we know that the next thing he's going to say is attention. He's going to call us to attention, but we don't move yet, right? Platoon, that's the preparatory command. When he says attention, that's the command of execution. That's the word go. Then we move to attention.
Mm-hmm.
And he says right. We know he's going to say right face because chow hall is that way. We know where we're going and when we're supposed to be there, right? But still, we stay at the position of attention until that platoon sergeant says face. Then we face right. And he says forward. Again, we know we're going to be marching forward, but we stay faced right at attention till that platoon sergeant says march.
Yeah.
Then we step off. And even then, we still only step when that platoon sergeant says to step, or whoever's leading that formation says to step. Either it's because they're calling cadence or they're just giving the old standard left, left. Like literally we step when we're told to step. Yeah. And then we get down to the chow hall at the appointed time. Now, if you back it up and contrast that, if we're all kind of gaggled up, our little platoon sergeant steps out and says, platoon, preparatory command. And then I just turn and start walking down to the chow hall. Right? So I have technically done what I was ultimately supposed to do, right? I was supposed to be down at the chow hall by noon. I've gotten down there by noon, but I didn't do it the right way.
Right.
Right. I didn't submit to the proper authority.
Okay.
So the door was open.
Yeah.
I was supposed to walk through it, going back to that original example, right? The door was open. I was supposed to walk through it, and now is when I was supposed to walk through it, but I didn't submit to the proper authority to be told to walk through it. I did it on my own understanding. And it's two separate issues, right? It's the issue of doing what you're ultimately supposed to do and the issue of submission. And they're both critical. You can't separate the two. We don't get to decide which of those two matter, right? We don't get to say, oh, well, I did what I was supposed to do ultimately. Like I was supposed to walk through that door ultimately. So what's the problem? We don't get to decide which of those two matter. They both matter. We have to submit to his authority in all things, right? And also do our best to do what we're supposed to do. And so, again, I just think it was a very good lesson for me, and I think it's worth repeating. It's just
absolutely,
it's critical. I think it's just critical to always check in, because, like I said, maybe that going through that door makes perfect sense to you, but it's not what you think it is. Or maybe it's what you think it is, and it's just not what you're supposed to do. Or, again, going through that kind of list, maybe it's what you're supposed to do, but not yet. Or maybe, you're supposed to do it right now, but you got to get the official bless off, okay, you're cleared hot, however you want to say it, right? Go ahead. Yes, you're good. Go ahead. I've got you on this. And in doing that, what happens is not only do you keep yourself in a posture of submission instead of relying on your own understanding and thinking you know what's right and all that, because sometimes you may be right, but more often than not, you're going to be wrong.
Oh, yeah.
So anyway, it keeps you in a posture of submission.
Absolutely.
And it also forces you to refine your ability to discern God's voice.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And that is critical, because you put those two together. The more we hear God's voice and can discern it and understand that, yes, this is what I'm being told to do, and stay submissive to that, the less trouble we're going to find ourselves in, right? The less heartache we're going to cause for ourselves. We're going to do a lot less knucklehead stuff the more we listen to his voice, listen to what he's telling us, and submit to it, even if it's exactly what we thought we were going to do anyway. It's just what right looks like. Anyway, sorry, I didn't mean to get up on a soapbox there.
No.
I just kind of, it was something that just happened just recently, and I think it's worth sharing.
Yeah,
so,
that's a great example.
I think we kind of come to at least the end of your bio. So, I always like to ask if we're missing anything.
Man, I don't think so. I will say that my greatest growth as a Christian has occurred since I've been at Grace.
Okay.
I'll make that clear.
That's a good thing to point out, especially, the community around here. There's folks. I've been talking to a guy over, the social media. He's from a different state, but kind of about the fact that he's in contact with a lot of folks, former military or law enforcement or operator types or whatever. And a lot of people are reaching out to him looking for some kind of community, because they just don't realize that that's out there, that there are other people like them. They kind of feel isolated.
Yeah.
And of course they shouldn't. It's God's moving, and especially in that community.
Yeah.
So I think it's good that you point out if anybody's kind of in the area and you're looking for a good church. This isn't a plug or anything like that. Nobody's making money off of it, but there's a place where you fit in, just kind of without the costume, without the character.
Yeah.
You just fit in and they do it right. So.
Yeah, for sure. I think we're very blessed to have the pastors we do. And, I think God has gifted them, each and every one of them, in a special way. I'm glad they're not all alike.
Yeah. Just carbon copies.
Yeah. They're all unique in their own special way, and they all have something really important to say, because they get their instruction from the Lord, Right. So.
And also, this is kind of a weird point to make, but I think probably important. Not all of the pastors have a style that resonate. At least for me, speaking for me, they don't all resonate with me.
Okay, yeah.
But I think I know that's okay. I think it's important to point out in order to say that's okay.
Yeah.
Because that day they're talking to somebody else.
Right.
Not that what they have to say isn't worth you hearing.
Right.
But they're up there talking that day because somebody else needs it maybe a little more than you do.
That's right.
So is, as long as it's biblically sound, okay.
Yeah, absolutely. I totally agree.
Anyway, so you know how this goes. Give me just 1 second.
Oh, awesome, man. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you. Boy, this is gorgeous, man. Wow.
Absolutely, man.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
And actually, so for you, there's one more thing.
Yeah.
So you were talking about way back at the beginning of your story, you're talking about that blazer, that sports jacket you got for the football team, and how
Yeah.
it was important to you.
Yeah.
Same thing with the Navy uniform. It's just the uniform. It just made you feel like you're a part of something.
Yeah.
And I get that. Absolutely. I get that. In the Army, it's a lot of times it's your headgear, the type of headgear, the color, all that stuff. So this isn't a uniform by any means, but I just thought it might matter to you a little bit more than maybe some other people. So here, I'm going to give you this.
Oh, awesome, man. Thank you, man. That is special. That is so cool. Thank you so much, man.
Absolutely.
I appreciate it. I'm so grateful to be here. Thank you for the invite.
No, thank you for taking the time, man.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Just one more question to kind of wrap up. And it's a little bit, I guess, ethereal or whatever. But I just feel like you're a deep thinker, and you've probably considered it at some point. So I figured I'd ask, at the end of this thing, on the other side, what do you hope to find waiting for you on the other side? Is that, and I don't know if that's a person, or if that's just peace or understanding or whatever it is. What do you?
Whatever it is, I can't really put my finger on it right now. Whatever it is, it'll all happen at the same time, I think. Happiness, joy, you name it, it'll all happen at once. Love, acceptance, forgiveness, all of it will happen at once when you set your sight on Christ, when you see him, it'll all happen.
This kind of sounds like, and I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, but it kind of sounds like what you're saying is resolution.
Yeah. All the fighting will come to an end. All the, it'll all just come to an end, and, and then it will all begin. It'll all come to an end, and then it will all begin, kind of a thing. Yeah.
I like that, man. I like that a lot. All right, Phil, thank you for coming out, man.
I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Absolutely.